Chapter 2396 Prince and Princess. 2396 Prince and Princess. Among the other 8, there were 6 men and 2 women. Their attires varied, and it was clear that they came from different places. A thought crossed Su Zimo's mind, and he instantly understood the logic behind it. The jade talisman he obtained in the Emperor's tomb was most likely something similar to a teleportation jade talisman. There were a total of 9 that connected to the secret ground. The legendary pure jade manual should be in this secret ground as well. However, there was only a single copy of the jade manual, and it was unknown who among the 9 of them would obtain it. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness swept past the 8 cultivators right away. Among the 8 cultivators, the ones with the highest cultivation realms were a man and a woman, both grade 7 heaven immortals. The man wore a golden robe and a crown on his head, exuding a dignified aura. He raised his head slightly and looked straight, as though he did not take the other 8 people seriously. The other woman stood in midair with an indifferent expression. She was peerlessly beautiful and graceful. In terms of aura, she was not weaker than the golden-robed man. Inadvertently, an aura emanated from the man and woman, as though they were unparalleled emperors that looked down on the world with innate might. Apart from the man and woman, there was also a white-robed girl. She looked to be around 17 years old and had an oval face that carried a hint of childishness. She had bright eyes, pearly white teeth, and exuded a spirited aura. The white-robed girl was a grade 6 heaven immortal, second only to the man and woman. After that was a golden-haired man and a pale-faced skinny man, both grade 5 heaven immortals. Apart from Su Zimo, who was a grade 4 heaven immortal, there was another person who was also a grade 4 heaven immortal. Of the remaining 2 people, one was a grade 3 heaven immortal. There was also a boy in a blue shirt who was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. He had a timid expression and averted his gaze, as though he was feeling uneasy and fearful after arriving at this secret ground all of a sudden with 8 other people. "I'm He Dan from Shanghai Temple of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Greetings, fellow Taoists." The cultivator, who was also a grade 4 heaven immortal like Su Zimo, was the first to break his silence as he greeted everyone with a smile. "I'm from the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain, Chi Yu of Heavenly Ascension Sect." The grade 3 heaven immortal cupped fists and said as well. Anyone who could obtain such a jade talisman was definitely outstanding. The sects that He Dan and Chi Yu were in were extremely famous heaven-grade immortal sects that were not weaker than Heaven and Earth Academy and Flying Immortal Sect. As for He Dan and Chi Yu, they were also the top and youngest paragons of their respective sections. Apart from the grade 1 heaven immortal, the blue-robed boy, He Dan and Chi Yu were not confident of dealing with anyone present. That green-robed scholarly grade 4 heaven immortal looks ordinary, and doesn't seem like a threat. He Dan and Chi Yu noticed Su Zimo at the same time, and a thought flashed through their minds as they made a judgment. "Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo." Su Zimo added. Nobody present had any reaction. There were hundreds of thousands of inner-sect disciples in Heaven and Earth Academy. Although a grade 4 heaven immortal like Su Zimo was rather famous in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, there had never been any gatherings in the 9 immortal domains, and the other immortal domains had naturally not heard of him. The only exception was people like Yunting, who was invincible from birth, and was extremely famous in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain as well. "Yehun of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain," the skinny grade 5 heaven immortal said indifferently. "You guys can call me Golden Feather." The golden-haired man, who was also a grade 5 heaven immortal, smirked and said slowly with a proud expression. Although Golden Feather hid himself well, Su Zimo's senses were extremely sharp and he could still sense a trace of demonic chi from this person. If he was not wrong, this person should not be human. "Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Luo." The white-robed girl's eyes darted around as she spoke. Upon hearing the words Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Su Zimo specially glanced at the white-robed girl. According to Feng Cantillon, the human emperor and his wife were in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Apart from the blue-robed boy whose cultivation was way too low and nobody cared, only the man and woman with the highest cultivation realms had yet to speak. My surname is Ing. The golden-robed man with the crown on his head spoke slowly, as though he was unwilling to say anything more. However, those 3 words caused the expressions of Hitan, Chi Yu and the others present to change. The surname Ing was extremely rare and only the Purple Firmament Immortal domain had it. More importantly, the surname Ing came from an immortal emperor. Coupled with the fact that the man looked young, his identity was obvious. Prince Ing Tian? Hidan exclaimed. Among the descendants of the Purple Firmament Immortal Emperor, only the youngest son was younger than 5,000 years old. He was lauded as the most talented and promising monster incarnate in the Purple Firmament Immortal domain in the past 1,000,000 years. In fact, there were even rumors that when Ing Tian entered the Perfected One realm and condensed his Dao fruit, he would definitely attract the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. Ing Tian's name represented that he would conquer the heavens. The fact that the Purple Firmament Immortal Emperor gave this name to him was proof of his love and expectations for his youngest son. There were not many people with the surname Ing in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, and there was only a single Ing Tian. Ing Tian's reputation was not weaker than Yun Ting's. When he heard someone reveal his background, Ing Tian smiled faintly, seemingly satisfied with the reactions of Hitan, Chi Yu, and the others. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The reason why Ing Tian exuded the might of someone who had been in power for a long time was because the bloodline of the Immortal Emperor flowed through his body. If this was a prince, the woman beside him with an aura comparable to his was probably not simple either. Right then, Ing Tian glanced sideways at the woman beside him and smiled. Qianqian, once I obtain this volume of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual and read it for a month, I'll give it to you as a gift. How about that? The woman did not seem to appreciate it and sneered. We don't know who will get their hands on it yet. Ha ha! Ing Tian burst into laughter. There are only 9 people here. Apart from you, who else can even withstand a single palm strike from me? Who dares to lay their hands on what I want? Ing Tian did not conceal the threat and killing intent in his tone. Qianqian? Right then, Hidan's heart skipped a beat and she asked instinctively. Fellow Taoist, are you from the White Firmament Immortal Domain? I'm Lang Qianqian, the woman said indifferently. Hidan, Chi Yu and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. The princess. Similar to the Ing surname, the Lang surname was extremely rare and was the surname of an immortal emperor. The name of the White Firmament Immortal Domain was related to that surname. The princess, Lang Qianqian, was also a renowned monster incarnate in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain in recent years and was a blessed paragon. Hidan, Chi Yu and the others exchanged glances and were secretly alarmed. Who would have thought that there would be a prince and princess among the 9 of them? Notwithstanding the fact that both of them were grade 7 heaven immortals and had the highest cultivation realms among the 9 of them, they were almost invincible among their peers with just the immortal emperor bloodline in their bodies alone. Even Golden Feather, who had a haughty expression, initially frowned slightly, as though he was wary. Among the 9 of them, the only ones who could remain calm were Su Zimo and the young girl from the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Luo. You guys are considered fated to be able to arrive here. Right then, a voice sounded from the secret ground, identical to the remnant consciousness in the Emperor's tomb. Unexpectedly, the owner of the voice should be the immortal emperor who died in the Emperor's tomb. The Jade Pure Hall is up ahead, and there are some mystical treasures that I've collected. I'll give them all to you guys. As for who can obtain the Jade Pure Jade Manual, that will depend on your own fate. Chapter 2397 Kingrade Immortal Pill. 2397 Kingrade Immortal Pill. The moment he said that, the clouds around the Jade Pure Palace at the front dissipated and the door opened slowly. In a flash, Prince Ing Tian was the first to charge towards the Jade Pure Hall. Princess Lang Qianqian followed closely behind at an extremely fast speed. The remaining 7 people, Su Zimo included, moved one after another and charged towards the Jade Pure Palace. The hall was extremely spacious and everything could be seen with a single glance. 9 balls of light of different sizes floated in midair, and the entire hall was filled with an extremely rich life force. Nirvana Immortal Grass! Sun Essence Fire Vine! Heaven Azura Immortal Dew! Vast Ocean Treasure Ginseng! Ing Tian and the others' eyes lit up. Over the years, when Su Zimo was cultivating in seclusion, he had browsed through many ancient books of the upper world. He could also recognize 7 or 8 rare treasures from the 9 balls of light before him. Those mystical treasures were all plants and were extremely rare. Many of them had even gone extinct. Be it refining elixirs or consuming them personally, there were unimaginable benefits. Any one of the 9 mystical treasures was probably not weaker than the 7 glow immortal ginseng. Ing Tian circulated his movement technique and transformed into a divine light, speeding towards the Nirvana immortal grass closest to him. When Lang Qianqian saw that there was no hope of getting her hands on the Nirvana immortal grass, she changed directions decisively and flew towards another ball of light. Among the 9 mystical treasures, the intensity and range of the light emitted by each of them were different. For example, the Nirvana immortal grass emitted the strongest light and had the largest coverage. It was also the rarest and was more precious than the other 8 mystical treasures. That was why it was targeted by Ing Tian. When the other cultivators saw that Lang Qianqian had changed her target, none of them wanted to fight Ing Tian and flew towards the other mystical treasures. Golden Feather of the Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain chose the Sun Essence Fire Vine. Su Zimo glared at one of the 9 mystical treasures and sped forward. The mystical treasure was like a withered yellow tree branch without any signs of life. The light it emitted was extremely weak as well and was the most inconspicuous of the 9 mystical treasures. However, that withered branch gave the green lotus true body a strange feeling. He wanted to devour and refine it, similar to when he first saw the Ashoka tree trunk. The Grade 11 creation green lotus was almost at its peak, and anything it fancied and wanted to devour was definitely not an ordinary item. Su Zimo arrived beside the withered branch, and was about to reach out to retrieve it. Suddenly, a sharp coldness tore through the void on the other side and arrived instantly, piercing towards Su Zimo's palm. Apart from Su Zimo, there was someone else who wanted the withered branch. The person who attacked knew his limits and merely stabbed towards Su Zimo's palm, as though he only wanted the latter to retreat in the face of difficulties. Su Zimo ignored it and continued grabbing the withered branch. The cold light descended, but Su Zimo was unmoved. He flicked his finger gently and took the cold light head on. At the same time, a heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth from his fingertip. Clang! The cold light struck his finger with the sound of metal clashing. Su Zimo's fingers were intact, and he put away the withered branch successfully while looking at the other party. The person who attacked was Lin Luo of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. The two of them had only exchanged blows for a brief moment before they separated, but the distance between them was extremely close. The girl named Lin Luo looked familiar. "Thank you for holding back." Su Zimo put away the withered branch and nodded slightly to Lin Luo. Lin Luo had a calm expression. She did not seem bothered that she did not obtain the withered branch, nor did she get entangled with Su Zimo. Instead, she turned and charged towards another mystical treasure. As for the blue-robed boy, who was only a Grade 1 Heaven Immortal, he seemed to know that his combat strength was at the bottom of the 9. Therefore, he was extremely cautious and chose a mystical treasure that no one fought for to keep. In the blink of an eye, the 9 mystical treasures were divided among Su Zimo and the other 8. In the hall, the 9 of them were wary of one another and restrained themselves, not making any rash moves. A wall at the front of the hall suddenly rose slowly, and another hall appeared with 9 balls of light floating within. Without hesitation, Su Zimo and the other 8 charged into the hall at the front. The medicinal fragrance in the hall was rich. The 9 balls of light contained immortal pills and elixirs. King-grade bone tempering elixir. King-grade marrow cleansing elixir. The 9 balls of light that floated were all king-grade immortal pills. Even after so many years, they did not rot and emitted such a strong fragrance. In the upper world, immortal pills and elixirs could roughly be divided into black, earth, heaven, perfected, king, and emperor grades. The later grades were extremely rare and difficult to refine successfully. As for the 9 immortal pills in the hall, They were all king grade. Among the 9 firmament immortal domain, there was an immortal domain that was best at refining immortal pills and elixirs, the elixir firmament immortal domain. The grade 3 heaven immortal, Chiyu, was from the elixir firmament immortal domain. When he saw the 9 king grade immortal pills floating in midair, his eyes reddened and he was excited. A few of the 9 immortal pills were even extinct in the elixir firmament immortal domain. Su Zimo could clearly sense that Lin Luo, who was not far away, was breathing heavily after seeing one of the immortal pills, as though she was extremely nervous. Before anyone else could move, Lin Luo took the initiative and charged towards one of the king-grade immortal pills. "It's the 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill!" Ying Tian's eyes shone brightly as he glared at the one with the strongest glow among the 9 immortal pills and said slowly. That immortal pill was also what Lin Luo wanted. 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill! Lang Qianqian was moved as well when she heard that. When they saw that even the prince and princess were targeting that immortal pill, no one else dared to lay their hands on it. Everyone else moved one after another to snatch the other immortal pills. Swoosh! Ying Tian's figure vanished and he arrived before Lin Luo, grabbing towards the 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill. Swoosh! There was still a distance between Lin Luo and Ying Tian. However, Lin Luo suddenly released a mysterious footwork and took a step diagonally forward, arriving behind Ying Tian instantly. Eh? Su Zimo's expression changed. He had once seen the same footwork that Lin Luo displayed earlier on through the eyes of the martial Dao Prime Body with the help of the Spirit Consonance Art. Back when the 9 of 9 Heavenly Tribulation descended, this was the footwork released by the black-robed woman with the horsetail whip. However, the black-robed woman's footsteps were clearly more proficient and mysterious than Lin Luo's. Lin Luo slashed towards Ying Tian's palm. Ying Tian harumphed coldly and did not dodge or avoid. With a flip of his palm, he held a gigantic heavy sword in his hands and flipped it in reverse. Although it seemed casual, it released an incomparably ferocious power. Lin Luo's expression changed slightly, and the sword in her hands was almost sent flying by Ying Tian's heavy sword. There was a difference in their cultivation realms to begin with. Lin Luo was completely disadvantaged in terms of strength. Ying Tian wielded his heavy sword and swung it widely. Although Lin Luo's sword technique was exquisite, she could not defend against Ying Tian's attacks at all. The reason why she could maintain her undefeated state and deal with Ying Tian was because of that mysterious footwork. On the other side, Lang Qianqian arrived. She wanted to get her hands on the 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill while Ying Tian and Lin Luo were fighting. Ying Tian burst into laughter and summoned a tripod with 3 handles, ramming it in reverse towards Lang Qianqian. Ying Tian was fearless against 2 people. Instead, he fought fiercer and fiercer. That king-grade immortal pill triggered a chaotic battle between 3 top paragons of the 9 of them. Chapter 2398 2398 Strike. 2398 Strike. The others were naturally unwilling to get involved in this chaotic battle between a prince, princess, and grade 6 heaven immortal. Notwithstanding the fact that nobody present was a match for the prince and princess. Even if someone could defeat the 2 of them, they might not dare to hurt them. The descendants of immortal emperors had powerful bloodlines and noble statuses. It was unknown how many trump cards they hid. He Dan said, "Lin Luo is indeed capable. Her cultivation realm is lower than Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian, but she can still deal with them. Impressive. Humph, she's from the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. For her to possess such methods at her age, she's probably the daughter of those 2. Golden Feather said, as though he had already guessed Lin Luo's background. I got it. Qiyu was enlightened. It makes sense why Lin Luo is bent on getting her hands on the 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill, even fighting against the prince and princess. She wants to save her father. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although Golden Feather and the others did not say it explicitly, it coincided with his guess. Right then, the situation on the battlefield changed as well. Ying Tian burst into laughter. Qianqian, there's only a single 9 Orifices Yang Reversion Pill. It's fine if either of us gets our hands on it, But we must not let a lowlife of the Lin family take it away. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our emperor lineages? Although Lang Qianqian did not say anything, she nodded slightly. The two of them had an extremely tacit understanding and changed their targets at the same time, attacking Lin Luo together. It was difficult for Lin Luo to win against Ying Tian or Lang Qianqian, and she could only try her best to maneuver. Now that the prince and princess were ganging up on her, the pressure on Lin Luo increased exponentially, and she was instantly in danger. Their goal was clear. They wanted to join forces to suppress Lin Luo first before deciding on the ownership of the 9 orifices yang reversion pill. Lin Luo, give up! Ying Tian sneered. Even if you obtain the 9 orifices yang reversion pill, you won't be able to save Lin Zhan's injuries. He disregarded the laws and forcefully descended upon the lower worlds, suffering a backlash. Even if he consumes the 9 orifices yang reversion pill, it's useless. Your Lin family came from the lower worlds and have a lowly background. The fact that you're able to develop to this point is your peak. It's about time for your decline. This was a verbal attack. Once one panicked, they would definitely reveal openings. It was clear that Ying Tian was holding back and did not use his full strength. That was the reason why he chose such a relaxed method. The Pure Jade manual had yet to appear, and he did not know what changes would happen. Naturally, Ying Tian would not unleash his full strength. Lin Luo was too young and had not had enough experience. After Ying Tian's remarks, she could not help but feel worried about her father and was emotional. That fluctuation was fleeting and difficult to detect. However, Lin Luo was facing the 2 strongest monster incarnates among the heaven immortals. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian noticed the abnormality in Lin Luo's mental state at the same time. Their gazes intensified and shone with a divine light as they released ferocious attacks, wanting to seize the opportunity to suppress Lin Luo completely. Lin Luo has lost. Qiyu shook his head gently. She's still too young. Coupled with the fact that she's flustered out of concern, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian gained an opening. Fellow Taoists, if you pity her, you can go forth and help. He Tan chuckled. Humph, Qiyu said coldly. Why should I go forth and kill myself? Even if the 7 of us join forces, we won't be a match for Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian, let alone me single-handedly. Swoosh! Just as Qiyu and the others were discussing, a white figure tore through the air and charged into the battlefield diagonally. Like a spear, it collided heavily against the side of Lang Qianqian's sword and knocked it out. Immediately after, the white figure suddenly slumped down like a spirit snake and coiled around Ying Tian's heavy sword. Everyone was alarmed and looked over hurriedly. The so-called white figure was 3,000 threads that were snow-white, and connected to an emerald-green horsetail whip on the other end. The person who attacked was the Grade 4 Heaven Immortal that they had almost ignored. Was this person crazy? How dare he interfere in a fight of the prince and princess? He Dan, Qiyu and the others looked at Su Zimo with strange expressions. It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon Su Zimo the next moment. He was just a Grade 4 Heaven Immortal. If Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian wanted to kill him, he might not even be able to last 3 rounds. On the battlefield, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had a different realization. That was because their attacks earlier on were completely dispelled by Su Zimo. The 3,000 threads formed a long spear that struck Lang Qianqian's sword. Coincidentally, it was the weakest point of the sword and destroyed Lang Qianqian's power instantly. As for Ying Tian's sword technique, it was wide and powerful. However, the 3,000 threads turned toughness into gentleness and coiled around Ying Tian's heavy sword, preventing him from using his strength. It was just a horsetail whip. However, in the hands of that Grade 4 Heaven Immortal, the combination of toughness and gentleness could produce such a huge impact. With that slight delay, Lin Luo had already broken free from the encirclement of the 2 of them and escaped from the predicament, obtaining a breather. Humph, Ying Tian said. Bastard, I don't know where you came from, but you actually dare to interfere in our matters. You must be tired of living. Go and get the pill, I'll hold them back. Su Zimo sent a message to Lin Luo's spirit consciousness while wielding his horsetail whip in his right hand and Trinity Auspicious Jade in his left, charging towards Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Since he was certain of Lin Luo's identity, Su Zimo could not stand by idly. Furthermore, this 9 orifices yang reversion pill might be able to heal the human emperor's injuries. You said she was a lowlife, huh? Let's see what's so noble about the bloodline of someone from an emperor lineage like you. Su Zimo waved his horsetail whip and tried his best to recall the horsetail whip technique of the black-robed woman in the 10th tribulation. Over the years, he often recalled the horsetail whip technique of the black-robed woman. Although he could not comprehend it completely, he had learned around 50% of it. In his hands, the horsetail whip was varied and could be used for both offense and defense. Ying Tian wielded his heavy sword but was bound by the horsetail whip and could not unleash his original strength. The heavy sword seemed to have fallen into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. There were only 3,000 threads and every single one of them was as thin as hair. However, they were incomparably tough. He could not slash through it, and everything was like a mess. It was not only the heavy sword in Ying Tian's hands, even he was gradually trapped by the horsetail whip. Everywhere he could see, there were dense white threads. On the other side, Lang Qianqian wielded a long sword. Each time she attacked, Su Zimo would smash the Trinity Auspicious Jade in his hands. At the front of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, there were 3 pearls that shone with 3 different colors. No matter how exquisite Lang Qianqian's sword technique was, as long as she was struck by the Trinity Auspicious Jade, a tricolored glow would burst forth and disperse the essence qi on her sword. Instantly, Lang Qianqian's sword technique dissipated and her attacks were resolved. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were clearly 3 cultivation realms above Su Zimo. However, their attacks were useless, and they were held back by Su Zimo instead. Part of the reason for this situation was because Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were holding back. On the other hand, it was also because Su Zimo had the advantage of the weapon. Be it the Trinity Auspicious Jade, or the primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, they were treasures derived from the creation Green Lotus. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had never seen them before and were confused momentarily, unable to react. Although Lin Luo did not know why Su Zimo would help her, this was a rare opportunity. She moved hurriedly and charged towards the 9 orifices yang reversion pill. When he saw that, Ying Tian's expression turned cold and he decided not to hold back. Chapter 2399 Bodhi Seed. 2399 Bodhi Seed. Splash! Ying Tian channeled his blood qi and a tsunami surged in his body. Purple qi burst forth from within and dyed the surroundings, repelling the 3,000 threads instantly. The strength of the Emperor's bloodline was unimaginable. You think that you can trap me with your lousy horsetail whip? Wielding his heavy sword, Ying Tian broke through the coils of the primordial horsetail unity whip and charged towards Su Zimo. At the same time, Lang Qianqian channeled her blood qi and condensed essence qi. She broke free from the entanglement of the Trinity Auspicious Jade and changed directions, wanting to stop Lin Luo, who was snatching the 9 orifices yang reversion pill. Roar! Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Suddenly, he spoke and let out a dragon roar that was as loud as the clouds. The moment Su Zimo activated the dragon roar secret skill, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian sensed it and counterattacked right away, releasing their sound domain secret skills as well. Dong! 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 The sound of war drums beating could be heard from Ying Tian's mouth, as though thousands of horses were galloping. Faint sounds of killing and fighting could be heard as thousands of horses galloped and chariots rumbled. The sound domain secret skill seemed to have transformed into a tragic and bloody ancient battlefield. Every cultivator who heard the drumbeat could not control their bloodlines and began to restless and even fervent. He Dan and Chi Yu, who were watching from afar, even felt their hearts being affected. They began to beat continuously along with the drumbeats in midair. The more intense the sound of the war drums was, the faster their hearts were beating. Among the 5 people watching, Golden Feather of the Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain was the first to realize that something was amiss and circulated his secret skill right away to defend against the sound. Nye Hun of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain seemed to have sensed something as well. Suddenly, his ears were pressed tightly against the side of his face. Right then, Lang Qianqian's Sound Domain's secret skill sounded. This sound was completely different from Ying Tian's. It was like a trickle that was endless and reverberated in one's ears. However, Su Zimo's dragon roar was different from the prince and princess. The dragon roar contained endless might and exploded in everyone's ears and hearts like thunderbolts. Suddenly, its power was released with an extremely terrifying destructive power. The three top-tier sound domain's secret skills collided. Su Zimo, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had strong foundations and combat strength, so none of them suffered much of an impact. However, He Dan and Chi Yu could not withstand the pincer attack of the three sound domain's secret skills and collapsed. In a few breaths, their blood chi deteriorated. Against the envelopment of the three sound domain's secret skills, the two of them could not even reconstruct their hearts. It was equivalent to losing more than half of their combat strength as they staggered and retreated hurriedly. Due to the fact that they were grade 5 heaven immortals and were prepared, Nye Hun and Golden Feather could still hold out. The blue-robed boy was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. He released some unknown method and managed to survive the pincer attack of the three sound domain's secret skills, but his face was a little pale. He retreated in the direction of He Tan and Chi Yu. Under the protection of Su Zimo's dragon roar, Lin Luo did not suffer any impact and obtained the 9 orifices yang reversion pill almost completely unharmed. As for Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian, they lost their chance after being blocked by Su Zimo for a moment. Ying Tian's expression was terrible. Ever since he started cultivating, he had almost never encountered any setbacks. On the one hand, it was because he was indeed extremely talented and his combat strength was heaven-defying. On the other hand, no one in the Purple Firmament Immortal Domain dared to truly provoke him. That was the reason why he was invincible and had never tasted defeat. But now, he was stopped by a grade 4 heaven immortal that appeared out of nowhere in this Jade Pure Palace. Su Zimo, you've already angered me. Ying Tian's gaze was cold as he said slowly. There's nothing I can't get my hands on. Anyone who fights with me for it will have to die. You and that lowlife, Lin Luo, will both have to die here today. Ying Tian's killing intent was completely triggered. Right then, the third door opened and happened to be not far away from Golden Feather and Nye Hun. Without hesitation, the two of them barged in. Humph. Initially, Ying Tian wanted to attack Su Zimo. However, he recalled that there might be other treasures in the third hall and let go of his killing intent for the time being, charging into the third hall as well. Su Zimo and Lin Luo exchanged glances and charged over as well. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Su. Lin Luo cupped her fists and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Although she did not know why Su Zimo would help her, she would definitely not have been able to obtain the 9 orifices yang reversion pill without his help. The 9 orifices yang reversion pill is a top king-grade immortal pill. I wonder if it can heal father's injuries. No matter what, as long as there's a chance, I have to take it back for father to give it a try. Just as Lin Luo was thinking about things, Su Zimo suddenly stuffed a storage bag to her. Lin Luo received it instinctively. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. There's a Soraka fruit inside that can heal essence spirit injuries. You can take it back for Senior Human Emperor to try. Soraka fruit! Lin Luo was shocked when she heard those words. The value of the Soraka fruit was not inferior to the 9 orifices yang reversion pill that she had just obtained. Back then, when she heard that cracks appeared in Avicii and someone escaped, she and her brother wanted to head to Avicii to look for the Soraka fruit. However, they were stopped by their mother. Her mother said that there was something strange about Avicii. The matter was extremely strange and there was probably something else at work, refusing to let them go no matter what. Her mother was extremely precise in many things. Most of the time, even her father had to obey her mother's wishes. Naturally, Lin Luo and her brother did not dare to disobey. Indeed, before long, Something major happened to Avicii. Cultivators from all over the upper world were trapped within. In the end, even 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries were buried within. It was tragic. Lin Luo had not expected that someone would be able to take out a sriracha fruit. More than that, she had not expected that this cultivator she had met by chance would stuff such a precious thing into her hands. Right then, the two of them charged into the third hall as well. Lin Luo had many questions in her mind, but now was not the time. She expressed her thanks and put away the storage bag containing the sriracha fruit first. There were still 9 balls of light floating in the third hall. The 6 of them entered the place one after another and swept their gazes across. Almost all of them glared at a ball of light with burning eyes. Within the ball of light was a bead the size of a fingernail. Its surface was uneven and extremely rough, but it emitted a divine glow. The bead seemed to possess a mysterious power, and every cultivator that looked at it felt as though they were enlightened. The utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries, Bodhi seed. Legend has it that Buddha comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree. As for cultivators, if they could wield the Bodhi seeds and unlock their wisdom, they could easily comprehend some obscure dharmic Tao and comprehend the Tao and secret skills with half the effort. However, Bodhi seeds were extremely rare. Back when Buddha obtained the Tao and nourished the Bodhi tree, he only created dozens of them. Up till this point, it was almost impossible to find one. The 6 of them had not expected that there would be a Bodhi seed in the Jade Pure Hall. Chapter 2400 Top Showdown. 2400 Top Showdown. The appearance of the Bodhi seed tempted everyone. For Su Zimo, it was imperative that he obtained the Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed was an utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries. The taboo mystic classic that he cultivated, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, was also a dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries. There were still some sutras and secret skills in the taboo mystic classic that he had yet to comprehend completely. With the help of the Bodhi seed, he had a chance of comprehending the Prajna Nirvana Sutra completely, allowing his essence spirit to break through once more. Right now, he was only a grade 4 heaven immortal. However, his essence spirit realm had already reached the level of a grade 6 heaven immortal. If he could comprehend the Prajna Nirvana Sutra completely and fuse the Dragon Phoenix Essence Spirit and Green Lotus Essence Spirit perfectly, his essence spirit realm might advance another level and reach the level of a grade 7 heaven immortal. For his essence spirit to surpass his physical cultivation by 3 minor realms, that was extremely terrifying. Throughout history, there were not many people who could do that. More importantly, after obtaining the Bodhi seed, it would be easier for him to comprehend the dharmic Tao and his cultivation speed would increase as well. The fight for the heaven ranking of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain was getting closer, and time was extremely important for Su Zimo. The opponents of the heaven ranking would definitely be much more troublesome to deal with than the paragons of the earth ranking. Among them was the rare monster incarnate, Yunting. If the difference in cultivation realm between them was too great, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to win no matter how many trump cards he had. The Bodhi seed was equally attractive to the others. Almost at the same time, the 6 of them charged towards the Bodhi seed and released their divine powers, secret skills and dharmic treasures, wanting to seize the initiative. If they could obtain the Bodhi seed, they could even give up on the Jade Pure Jade Manual. Star Plucking Hand. Incinerating Firmament Boiling Sea. Firmament Slash. Steel Cavalry. Supreme divine powers burst forth one after another, and collided in midair with a deafening bang. The grade 5 heaven immortal of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, Niehun, was the first to not be able to withstand it. He spat out blood and retreated from the aftershock of the supreme divine powers. Although the other grade 5 heaven immortal, Golden Feather, was still on the battlefield, his true form was forced out. It was a 3D golden crow that burned with golden flames. Boom! When Prince Tian saw that the situation was tense, he released his bloodline phenomenon right away. Behind him, a gigantic phantom appeared. Although its face was blurry, it exuded endless might. Around the tall phantom stood 12 golden-armored giants with gigantic swords. All of them had cold expressions and murderous auras. Boom! Lang Qianqian released her bloodline phenomenon without hesitation as well. Behind her, a cloud appeared and a gigantic palace appeared faintly in the depths. It had 5 cities, 12 towers, and was majestic. Against the impact of the bloodline phenomenons of the prince and princess, Golden Feather could not withstand it, and was defeated. Although he was a 3D golden crow and his bloodline was strong, it was inferior to the emperor bloodline of Yingtian and Lang Qianqian. Furthermore, his cultivation was 2 minor realms weaker than the 2 of them, and the difference in strength was immense. How dare a puny bird try to lay its hands on the Bodhi seed? When he saw that, Yingtian burst into laughter in a brazen manner. This time round, Yingtian and Lang Qianqian had an extremely tacit understanding. Without any interaction, they joined forces, wanting to suppress Su Zimo and Lin Luo first. Su Zimo was a grade 4 heaven immortal. He was a full 3 minor realms lower than Yingtian and Lang Qianqian. If the 2 of them were only ordinary heaven immortals, Su Zimo would definitely be able to suppress them if he released all his trump cards. But now, he was facing the 2 strongest monster incarnates of the same cultivation realm in the 9 firmament immortal domain. Coupled with the green lotus true body, Su Zimo was wary and could not release his bloodline phenomenon. Even if he released all his other trump cards, it would be difficult for him to surpass the prince and princess who were 3 minor realms above him in terms of strength. The pressure on Su Zimo increased exponentially when Yingtian and Lang Qianqian attacked without holding back. Go and get the Bodhi seed. I'll try my best to defend against them for 3 breaths. Right then, Lin Luo's figure flashed, and she shielded Su Zimo, sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. Roar! Lin Luo channeled her bloodline to its limits, as well as 9 divine dragons appeared behind her. Back then, Su Zimo obtained the legacy secret skill of the human emperor, the ancient dragonification art, and could create a divine dragon that coiled behind his back. Now Lin Luo's bloodline phenomenon was clearly showing signs of the ancient dragonification art. However, it was even more terrifying and evolved into 9 divine dragons. Although Lin Luo looked like a young girl, the fact that she had 9 divine dragons coiling around her revealed her might as a paragon. This bloodline phenomenon was not disadvantaged against Yingtian or Lang Qianqian's bloodline phenomenons. However, Yingtian and Lang Qianqian were 2 people after all. Furthermore, Lin Luo's cultivation realm was only at the grade 6 heaven immortal realm. She was a level lower than the 2 of them. A single bloodline phenomenon was not enough. 3 heads 6 arms! Lin Luo released her supreme divine power and summoned 4 dermic treasures at the same time. With her free hands, she rapidly conjured a secret skill and condensed it in front of her. A mysterious 8 trigrams diagram appeared. Qian, Kun, Sun, Jin, Ken, Li, Zhen, Dui. 8 completely different powers appeared in a diagram in an unfathomable manner. Su Zimo had just helped her obtain the 9 orifices yang reversion pill and given her a Soraka fruit. Lin Luo was grateful and almost released all her trump cards this time round without holding back. Su Zimo did not hesitate either and hollered softly with a bright gaze. 6 tusk divine strength! His strength increased exponentially after he released that innate divine power. 3 heads 6 arms! At the same time, after that foundation, Su Zimo released the same supreme divine power as well. He only had a chance to comprehend 3 heads 6 arms after the human emperor released it once in the lower worlds and fought against the emperors of the foreign races. Su Zimo held the Trinity auspicious Jade in one hand, the primordial Unity horsetail whip in another, and a fiery red fan in one more. His other 3 free arms rapidly conjured secret skills. Everyone comprehended different supreme divine powers. Coupled with the limitation of time, energy, and various other reasons, there was a limit to the number of supreme divine powers one could comprehend. For example, Yingtian and Lang Qianqian had not comprehended 3 heads 6 arms. However, Su Zimo and Lin Luo had not comprehended the other supreme divine powers that the 2 of them comprehended either. Kill! Yingtian shouted and waved his arm in front of him. The 12 golden-armored giants around the phantom behind him suddenly charged out. Wielding gigantic swords, they surrounded Lin Luo and Su Zimo. Suppress! The ethereal palace behind Lang Qianqian suppressed Lin Luo and Su Zimo as well. Boom! 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 Lin Luo's 9 divine dragons were the first to clash and fought against the 12 golden-armored giants in a tragic battle. At the same time, her 8 trigrams diagram collided head-on with the ethereal palace and let out a loud bang. The 8 trigrams diagram nearly collapsed. As a prince and princess, the bloodline phenomenons of Yingtian and Lang Qianqian were way too strong. In just a single breath, Lin Luo's 9 dragons and 8 trigrams diagram were crushed and turned into streams of blood qi that dissipated into the world. She waved her 6 arms and summoned her dermic treasures, wanting to defend against Yingtian and Lang Qianqian for a moment. However, the two of them joined forces and knocked down Lin Luo's dermic treasures in the blink of an eye, charging in with ease. Initially, Lin Luo thought that she could defend against Yingtian and Lang Qianqian for 3 breaths and give Su Zimo a chance to collect the Bodhi seed. But now, Lin Luo could no longer hold out after just 2 breaths while Yingtian and Lang Qianqian had already closed in. Chapter 2401-2401 Assassination 2401 Assassination. Roar! Right then, another resounding dragon roar sounded behind Lin Luo. It penetrated metal and cracked rocks as 9 divine dragons tore through the air with a torrential aura. The 9 dragons phenomenon that Lin Luo conjured had already been destroyed by the 12 golden-armored giants. Right now, the 9 divine dragons were formed from the 9 dragons on the Trinity auspicious Jade. Su Zimo did not abandon Lin Luo and snatch the Bodhi seed. Instead, he chose to help. The 9 divine dragons charged towards the 12 golden-armored giants. At the same time, a gigantic turtle shell appeared. The patterns and ravines on it shone with a blinding and mysterious light as it shielded Lin Luo. Su Zimo's other innate divine power, the Spirit Turtle Shield. Boom! The ethereal palace descended and suppressed the turtle shell with a loud bang. The turtle shell trembled continuously and flickered. It was clear that it could not hold on. Right then, Su Zimo waved the fiery red feather fan in his hands and injected heaven and earth essence qi, slapping Yingtian and Lang Qianqian. Phew! The fan descended and scorching flames burst forth. The flames surged into the skies, forming a firestorm that engulfed Yingtian and Lang Qianqian instantly. Extinguish! Yingtian's blood qi surged and purple qi surrounded him. He removed a string of jade-white prayer beads on his wrist and circulated his secret skill, shouting. The prayer beads spun continuously and suddenly transformed into a vast tsunami that collided with the surrounding raging flame storm, evaporating everything into a gigantic fog. Yingtian's prayer beads were made from the bones of immortal whales and were unfathomable. They could even evolve into oceans and immortal whales. Condense! Yingtian shouted softly. The raging flame storm collided with the tsunami, and the mist produced condensed continuously. In the blink of an eye, a living being with a terrifying aura appeared in midair. The body of the living being was way too massive and almost burst the entire palace. An immortal whale descended with a shocking might and charged towards Lin Luo and Su Zimo. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit in an unhurried manner and injected the unique essence spirit power of the dragon phoenix essence spirit into the fan in his hands. This was a dermic treasure that Su Zimo chose from the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom after obtaining the top of the Earth ranking, the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. This dermic treasure was originally a pure Yang spirit treasure. However, it was severely damaged and its cultivation realm fell. Its power was no longer the same as before. In the Parasol Tree secret ground of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Su Zimo made use of the power of the Parasol Tree formation to repair the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. Although it was still not at the level of a pure Yang spirit treasure, it could already unleash terrifying might. In order to unleash the power of the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan, one would require the power of the divine phoenix race. Therefore, although this dermic treasure had a powerful background, no one chose it until Su Zimo appeared. Half of Su Zimo's essence spirit was the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit. The power he could release was even purer and stronger than the power of the divine Phoenix race. Su Zimo waved the Seven Tails Phoenix feather fan once more. Screech! The moment the fan descended, the sound of a phoenix's cry sounded in midair. Immediately after, under the Seven Tails Phoenix feather fan, a phoenix that was burning with flames flew out and charged towards the immortal whale in midair. Among the 10,000 races, the collision of two top-tier living beings was earth-shaking. As Su Zimo released those trump cards, he waved the horsetail whip in his hands. The 3,000 threads were extremely sentient and tore through the layers of space, extending continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside the Bodhi seed and returned the way they came. Although he could not leave, he could make use of the dermic treasure in his hands to seize the initiative and snatch the Bodhi seed. Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Swoosh! A cold light appeared behind him without warning and stabbed towards the back of his head. If that cold light pierced down, it could pierce Su Zimo's consciousness instantly, and kill his essence spirit. The moment this person attacked, it was a killing move that was fatal. The timing of the attacker was extremely ingenious. This was the most intense moment of the fight between Ying Tian, Lang Qianqian, Su Zimo, and Lin Luo. Both parties had released multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession. Right now, they were at their weakest and had no time to be distracted. Su Zimo was not surprised and had a calm expression. He was still controlling the primordial unity horsetail whip to pull the Bodhi seed over, as though he did not notice the killing intent behind him. Watch out! From the corner of her eye, Lin Luo caught sight of what was happening and reminded hurriedly. She was entangled by Lang Qianqian and could not escape at all. Lin Luo's voice was still a tad slower. The moment she warned him, the cold light had already landed on the back of Su Zimo's head. Clang! When the cold light landed on it, the sound of metal clashing echoed instead of breaking through his flesh, brain, and bones. Immediately after, ripples appeared in the void not far away. A short and skinny figure appeared with a sharp sword in his hands. It was the blue-robed boy with the lowest cultivation realm among the 9 of them. When the 9 of them appeared here, the blue-robed boy was only a grade 1 heaven immortal. The difference in strength between him and the others was immense, and no one cared about him. Nobody expected the blue-robed boy to suddenly appear and even dare to attack Su Zimo. He's not a grade 1 heaven immortal, but a grade 7 heaven immortal. Golden Feather and Yehun, who were watching from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim when they detected the blue-robed boy's cultivation realm. The blue-robed boy was clearly proficient in assassination and concealment. A grade 7 heaven immortal assassin might not be strong in head-on combat, but he might be able to assassinate a grade 8, or even a grade 9 heaven immortal. It had to be said that the blue-robed boy's concealment had indeed deceived everyone. Even Su Zimo had not noticed him. However, no matter how the blue-robed boy hid his tracks, he could not hide from his spirit perception. The moment Su Zimo exchanged blows with Ying Tian, he sensed that there was a terrifying expert hidden in the surroundings who was clearly hostile towards him. Therefore, Su Zimo was long prepared. On the surface, he was holding the Trinity Auspicious Jade, the primordial horsetail whip, the Trinity Auspicious Jade, and the 7 Phoenix feather fan only. However, in reality, he had already secretly released the 9 heavens living soil and was prepared to deal with any unexpected situations. Indeed, when the blue-robed boy stabbed over, Su Zimo merely used his spirit consciousness and the 9 heavens living soil appeared behind his head, forming a yellow sand barrier. No matter how sharp the blue-robed boy's sword was, it could not break through the 9 heavens living soil. Earlier on, when I saw this lad retreat to the hall where we came from, I did not think too much about it, and thought that he was looking for He Dan and Chi Yu. Nyehun said in a deep voice. By the looks of it, He Tan and Chi Yu have most likely been killed by him. The blue-robed boy wanted to escape far away after failing to kill Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo's heart was already filled with killing intent. If such a dangerous assassin were to stay in the Jade Pure Hall, he would be a huge threat. Su Zimo was prepared to seize the opportunity to kill this threat completely. Since you want to assassinate me, don't leave! Su Zimo turned to look at the blurry figure of the blue-robed boy who was about to disappear and said coldly. Chapter 2402-24021 against 2. 24021 against 2. Sensing Su Zimo's killing intent, the blue-robed boy was not afraid. In fact, he felt that it was ridiculous. He was a grade 7 heaven immortal and was of the same cultivation realm as Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Although his combat strength was far inferior to the two of them, a grade 4 heaven immortal was not a threat to him. Don't be angry. The blue-robed boy snickered. You're lucky this time round. I won't fail next time. Don't worry, you won't be alone in hell. He Tan and Chi Yu are already waiting for you there. Indeed. The moment the blue-robed boy appeared to assassinate him, Su Zimo had already guessed that he Dan and Chi Yu were most likely doomed. Su Zimo glared at the blue-robed boy who was gradually disappearing and made a swift plan. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's attacks were ferocious. Su Zimo and Lin Luo joined forces and released many divine powers and secret skills, but they could not hold on for long. He had to kill the blue-robed boy as quickly as possible. Swoosh! In a flash, Su Zimo vanished from the spot. When he appeared, he was already behind the blue-robed boy. Closing his fingers, he conjured a sword art and tapped the back of the latter's head. The blue-robed boy's expression changed slightly. Sensing the killing intent behind him, his reaction was extremely fast as well as he released his teleportation technique and vanished from the spot. You're too slow. The blue-robed boy chuckled. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, the blue-robed boy released his movement technique secret skill hurriedly, and shifted dozens of feet to the side. Right beside where he was standing earlier on, Su Zimo appeared once more. Waving his hand, he slashed and missed. If he had reacted slower, he would have been sliced into two by Su Zimo. It's not teleportation? The blue-robed boy frowned. The moment that thought flashed through his mind, the blue-robed boy's pupils constricted and Su Zimo vanished once more. He did not have time to think and dodged hurriedly. Indeed. Su Zimo reappeared not far away from him. Swash! 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 Su Zimo's figure disappeared continuously and reappeared. Each time it appeared, it would definitely pose a huge threat to the blue-robed boy. Part of the reason why the blue-robed boy could avoid danger repeatedly was because his cultivation was indeed not weak. At the same time, it was because he had cultivated the Tao of Assassination and was even sharper towards danger. Even so, his space to dodge decreased. By the time Su Zimo's figure disappeared for the 7th time and reappeared, the blue-robed boy had nowhere to run. That was the power of the true Dragon 9 flashes. At grade 4 Heaven Immortal Realm, Su Zimo could already release this secret skill 7 times in succession, causing immense threat and pressure to the blue-robed boy. When he saw that he could not dodge, the blue-robed boy's gaze was sinister as he slashed and reversed towards Su Zimo's glabella. Su Zimo extended his palm that was filled with the 9 heavens' living soil. He reached out and grabbed the sword. Sizzle! The sword streaked across the 9 heavens' living soil and sparks flew. It was an ear-piercing sound. The blue-robed boy channeled his blood chi and released all his strength. However, the sword could not break free from Su Zimo's palm, let alone pierce his consciousness. Finally, a look of panic flashed through the blue-robed boy's eyes. He specialized in assassination and concealment techniques, and could not release much combat strength in a head-on battle. But now that he was suppressed by Su Zimo's true Dragon 9 flashes, he had nowhere to hide and could only accept the fight. The moment they exchanged blows, the blue-robed boy sensed how terrifying Su Zimo was. He had almost no chance of winning in a head-on battle. The blue-robed boy made a judgment instantly, and condensed his spirit consciousness without hesitation. Without saying anything, he released his essence spirit secret skill. In his opinion, Even if the Essence Spirit secret skill could not kill Suzimo, it would severely injure him. As long as Suzimo's Essence Spirit was injured, his combat strength would definitely be greatly affected and he could escape successfully. At that time, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian would be able to kill Suzimo without him even making a move. The blue-robed boy had a good idea. However, he knew too little about Suzimo and did not realize the consequences of releasing his Essence Spirit secret skill. When Suzimo sensed the blue-robed boy releasing his Essence Spirit secret skill, he did not hesitate and released his Essence Spirit secret skill as well, Reverse Scale. His Essence Spirit realm was already at the peak of a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal to begin with. After releasing the 6-tusk Divine Strength, the power of his Essence Spirit had already reached the peak of a Grade 7 Heaven Immortal. The release of the Reverse Scale was almost devastating for the blue-robed boy. The moment the two Essence Spirit secret skills collided, the blue-robed boy's expression changed starkly. As though he was struck by lightning, he shuddered and his eyes dimmed instantly. The blue-robed boy spat out a mouthful of blood. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Although the blue-robed boy did not die on the spot, cracks had already appeared on his Essence Spirit, and it could collapse at any moment. Suzimo did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward and tapped the blue-robed boy on the glabella with his sword. Poof! A sword chi burst forth and pierced his head instantly. His Essence Spirit was destroyed and he died. Suzimo put away the blue-robed boy's storage bag. At the same time, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had already broken through the obstruction of the 9 divine dragons, Spirit Turtle's shield and divine phoenixes and arrived once more. Lin Luo was forced to retreat in defeat and had already arrived beside Suzimo. Suzimo, hand over the Bodhi seed! Ying Tian shouted with a divine might that was unparalleled. Without hesitation, Suzimo did not disperse the sword art in his hands and slashed in reverse. The heaven-slaying sword chi was released. Thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and surged over. It was a vast expanse of white and killing intent shook the skies, as though it wanted to devour Ying Tian. At the same time, Suzimo conjured another sword art with his other hand and slashed down at Lang Qianqian. Suzimo fought 1 against 2 with a torrential aura. Countless stars appeared in the firmaments in a chaotic manner, and even began to collapse. The ground shook and cracks appeared one after another as scorching lava spewed out. A gigantic soaring serpent broke out of the ground. Above the firmaments, endless killing intent condensed into a divine dragon that charged towards Lang Qianqian. When the heaven and earth slaying sword arts were released at the same time, the ground shook and the weather changed. Heaven slaying sword art? Earth slaying sword art? Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were from emperor lineages and were experienced and knowledgeable. They recognized the origin of the 2 sword arts right away and exclaimed. Those 2 sword arts were probably the only ones in the world that could cause such a huge commotion. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian did not dare to be careless, and released their divine powers and secret skills hurriedly to defend against the 2 sword arts. Instantly, sword chi streaked through the hall and essence chi surged as divine powers spread. Golden Feather and Yehun were dumbfounded and shocked. Neither of them expected that Prince Ying Tian and Princess Lang Qianqian, who had the highest cultivation realms, would be stopped by the combined forces of a Grade 4 Heaven Immortal and a Grade 6 Heaven Immortal. The prince and princess usually fought above their levels and killed their opponents. How could they have had such an experience? Lin Luo's parents were experts of the heavenly world after all. It was understandable for her to possess such methods. However, what about that Grade 4 Heaven Immortal? What was his background? A mere Grade 4 Heaven Immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy could actually fight evenly against the prince and princess who were Grade 7 Heaven Immortals? Chapter 2403 Sound of the Twilight Drum. 2403 Sound of the Twilight Drum. Boom! 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 Before victory was decided between the 4 of them, the door to another hall opened not far away. Suzimo had already obtained the Bodhi seed and killed the blue-robed boy to retrieve his storage bag. He had benefited immensely, and there was no need for him to get entangled with Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian here. Let's leave first. He sent a voice transmission to Lin Luo's spirit consciousness and glanced at the hall not far away. It was clear that the immortal emperor of the past had left much more treasures than these in the Jade Pure Palace. At the very least, there were no clues to the Jade Pure Jade Manual in the few halls right now. Lin Luo was quick to react. Although Su Zimo did not explain anything, she reacted immediately and charged towards the hall not far away without fighting. Apart from the Bodhi seed, there were 8 other treasures in the hall. Although the 8 treasures could not compare to the Bodhi seed, they were still rare treasures. However, Su Zimo and Lin Luo had even greater ambitions. They abandoned the 8 treasures and headed to the next hall. Unexpectedly, the next hall should still contain mystical treasures left behind by the immortal emperor. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were stunned for a moment. They looked at the 8 balls of light floating around the hall and hesitated. Given their combat strength, no one would be able to stop them if they obtained the 8 treasures. Golden Feather and Niehun were of no threat to them at all. However, the 8 treasures were scattered all over the hall and it would definitely take some time to collect them. Su Zimo and Lin Luo had already seized the initiative to charge into the next hall. If they wasted time on the 8 treasures, there was a high chance that Su Zimo and Lin Luo would take the treasures in the next hall for themselves. If the final Jade Pure Jade Manual was among the treasures in the next hall, they would suffer a huge loss. At that thought, Ying Tian moved and ignored the 8 treasures in the hall, chasing after Su Zimo and Lin Luo at full speed. Lang Qianqian could also weigh the pros and cons of this and made a decision quickly. She sped forward and followed closely behind Ying Tian. With that, Niehun and Golden Feather benefited instead. The two of them exchanged glances and moved immediately, charging towards the treasures in the hall. The hall was extremely spacious and a mere glance could be seen. In the middle of the hall hovered a talisman that emitted a purple glow. Unlike the previous few halls, apart from this talisman, there was nothing else here. In the face of the talisman that was less than the size of a palm, Su Zimo and Lin Luo's essence spirits felt an irresistible pressure. One could imagine how precious this talisman was for the immortal emperor to place it in this hall alone. Unexpectedly, this talisman was at least a king-grade talisman, and might even be at the emperor grade. Supreme Pure Purple Cloud Talisman! Right then, Ying Tian's voice sounded behind them. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had already arrived. So, it's that talisman. It's no wonder why it has such an impact on the essence spirit, Lin Luo murmured softly. Thereafter, when she saw Su Zimo's puzzled expression, she explained softly. Back then, this immortal emperor was also a talisman grandmaster. He condensed the dharmic Tao of the Supreme Pure Jade Manual onto a talisman. It's a killing talisman specifically targeted at essence spirits and is extremely terrifying. In the past, countless kings died to this Supreme Pure Purple Cloud Talisman. I heard that even the essence spirits of emperors could not withstand it, and were severely injured. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. It was a killing weapon that could kill immortal kings and even severely injure emperors. Of course, one's cultivation had to reach a certain realm to release an immortal talisman of this level. If everyone present obtained this immortal talisman, they would not be able to activate it even if they released it forcefully. Before they could kill their foes, their essence spirits would not be able to withstand it, and would collapse on the spot, killing themselves. Even so, the Supreme Pure Purple Cloud Talisman was a priceless treasure. Almost at the same time, Su Zimo, Lin Luo, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian moved and charged towards the center of the hall. Everyone was less than 1,000 feet away from the center of the hall and could arrive in the blink of an eye. Dong! Before everyone could charge far, the sound of a drum rumbled. The sound of the drum appeared extremely suddenly, and reverberated through the empty hall. The lingering sound lingered endlessly. The 4 of them paused in their tracks at almost the same time. They had grim expressions as they sensed the changes in their bodies carefully. My lifespan decreased by 10,000 years? Su Zimo frowned slightly. The sound of the drum resembled his time as like a saber. However, the power produced did not seem obvious, and was still within his tolerance. Su Zimo swept his gaze and judged from the expressions of Lin Luo and the other two that their lifespans should have decreased due to the impact of the drumbeat as well. It should be the sound of the Twilight drum, Lin Luo whispered. Su Zimo asked. What do you mean? Lin Luo explained. The Dao title of this immortal emperor is Dawn Twilight because he possesses two emperor weapons, the Dawn Bell and Twilight Drum. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had extremely deep attainments in the Tao of Time. Furthermore, he fused it into his sound domain and created the supreme power, Bell Drum Harmonization, back when he was a heaven immortal. The sound of the bell could reverse time while the sound of the drum could cause time to be lost. Our lifespans decreased when we heard the sound of the drum earlier on. That should be caused by the Dharmic Tao of the Twilight Drum. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. In that case, the sound of the Twilight Drum was indeed similar to his time divine powers. However, the power of the Twilight Drum did not seem to be comparable to time as like a saber, let alone fleeting moment. At that moment, the drumbeat had already vanished, but everyone's lifespan that was reduced earlier on had vanished completely without recovering. So, the test of this place is the Twilight Drum? Ying Tian smirked confidently and declared proudly. Watch me dispel the sound of the Twilight Drum. Before his sentence was finished, Ying Tian charged towards the center of the hall once more. Ying Tian released his divine powers and secret skills as he advanced. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 feet. Dong! Indeed. A second drumbeat sounded. Ying Tian stopped in his tracks and frowned. Apart from Ying Tian, Su Zimo and the other two did not hear the sound of the drum. However, when Su Zimo and the other two moved and continued forward, they heard the second drumbeat at the same time. During this process, Su Zimo, Lin Luo and Lang Qianqian released their divine powers and secret skills to defend against the sound of the drums. In fact, Su Zimo even secretly released Fleeting Moment. However, his lifespan decreased once more when he heard the second drumbeat. This time round, it was reduced by 20,000 years. The lifespan of a heaven immortal was more than 300,000 years. A reduction of 10,000 or 20,000 years was not much of a threat to Su Zimo and the others. However, the sound of the Twilight Drum could ignore the divine powers and secret skills of the four of them and augment them, reducing their lifespans. That was truly strange. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, if you want me to retreat just because of this, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Suddenly Ying Tian burst into laughter in a heroic manner. It's fine to lose this bit of lifespan. I can still afford it. With that said, he moved once more and sped forward. Dong! A third drumbeat sounded. Ying Tian shuddered and stopped in his tracks once more. The smile from earlier on had long vanished, and his gaze flickered. His expression was dark and ugly. Chapter 2404 Cruelty of Time. 2404 Cruelty of Time. Su Zimo and the other two moved and continued forward. Dong! The three of them stopped in their tracks when they heard the third drumbeat. Su Zimo frowned slightly and closed his eyes, sensing the changes in his body. A third drumbeat sounded and his lifespan was reduced once more. However, this time round, it was 30,000 years. Initially, everyone was about 1,000 feet away from the center of the hall. But now, the four of them had only advanced 300 feet when they heard three drumbeats. Every single drumbeat would reduce one's lifespan. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 years. Although it did not seem like much of an impact, according to the pattern, the lifespan reduction by the time everyone crossed 700 feet would add up to close to 300,000 years. In other words, even if everyone's lifespans were exhausted, they would not be able to obtain the supreme pure purple cloud talisman. The four of them stood on the spot and did not continue forward rashly. Right now, the four of them had already lost 60,000 years of lifespan. If they continued forward, the fourth drumbeat would reduce their lifespans by 40,000 years. That was a total of 100,000 years. That was a loss that was difficult for anyone present to endure. Although the supreme pure purple cloud talisman was a priceless treasure, the price they had to pay was way too great. More importantly, even if they gave up all their lifespans, none of them might be able to obtain this talisman. Against such a situation, anyone would have to weigh the pros and cons carefully. Right then, Nyahan and Golden Feather arrived as well. When they saw Su Zimo's group of four standing motionlessly on the spot, a look of surprise and confusion flashed through their eyes. After hesitating for a moment, the two of them advanced carefully. There were no other dangers in the hall, and the two of them crossed 300 feet before long. Similarly, they heard 3 drumbeats and their lifespans were reduced by 60,000 years. So, this is the test of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Golden Feather could tell what was going on as well and murmured softly. Suddenly, Nyahan smiled with a mocking expression and said coolly, "Why don't you guys dare to advance?" Ingtian said coldly. "All right. Since everyone is agreeable to it, I won't stand on courtesy." Nyahan cupped his fists and sped forward in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he crossed another 100 feet. Dong! He heard the 4th drumbeat. His lifespan was reduced by 40,000 years. He was originally 80,000 years old, and could be considered as one of the younger ones among the Heaven Immortals. But now, he had lost a full 100,000 years of lifespan, and was already 180,000 years old after merely crossing 300 feet. Nyahan took a deep breath with a calm expression. His choice to advance this time round was actually a huge gamble. That was because he was certain that since Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight left such a test, there would definitely be a way to break out of the situation. There was no way he would let them die just like that. Otherwise, the test would be meaningless. Nyahan guessed that there was a high chance that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was testing everyone's courage. The only way he could pass the test and obtain the supreme pure purple cloud talisman was through courage and indomitable spirit. At that thought, Nyahan was resolute, and continued forward, crossing another 100 feet. He was only 500 feet away from the center of the hall. At the same time, a 5th drumbeat sounded. Nyahan could clearly sense that he had lost 50,000 years of his lifespan. He was already 230,000 years old. He was only 70,000 years away from the limit of 300,000 years of lifespan for Heaven Immortals. Nyahan's expression darkened and his initial conviction began to waver. Was I wrong? Nyahan was hesitant, and did not dare to advance or retreat for a long time. If he took another step forward, he would lose 60,000 years of his lifespan when the 6th drumbeat sounded. At that time, he would be 290,000 years old, and would be in his twilight years. It would be too late. However, if he returned the way he came, he would not be able to recover the lifespan he lost either. In other words, 150,000 years of lifespan was wasted just like that. Nyahan was indignant. "Fufu, why aren't you continuing?" Right then, Ingtian chuckled. "If you're afraid, retreat obediently. Why are you forcing yourself?" Lin Luo shook her head when she heard that. Ingtian's words were equivalent to sealing Nyahan's escape path completely. Indeed, when he heard Ingtian's mockery, Nyahan's blood chi surged. With an indignant expression, he harumphed coldly and charged forward. Dong! The 6th drumbeat sounded. Right in front of Lin Luo and the others, a shocking change happened to Nyahan. In that short distance of 100 feet, everyone watched as Nyahan transformed from a cultivator at his peak to a white-haired old man in his twilight years. The impact of time was extremely cruel. Ingtian, Lang Qianqian and the others felt relieved. Thankfully, they did not advance rashly. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the same state as Nyahan. Nyahan stood on the spot and looked at his white hair that hung down. Lowering his head, he stared at his old and skinny hands with a lost gaze that was filled with struggle and indignance. Why? Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, are you leaving such a test so that we can die? What's the point of such a test? Nyahan stood on the spot and roared loudly, his voice reverberating through the empty hall. Ingtian smiled. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight did not ask you to die. You were the one who overestimated yourself and wanted to die. Lang Qianqian nodded as well. The test in this hall was most probably not prepared for heaven immortals. According to my calculations, one's lifespan must exceed 500,000 years if they want to obtain the supreme pure purple cloud talisman. Even perfected immortals won't be able to do it. I'm afraid only immortal kings can do it. I don't believe it. Nye-hun used the last of his strength and roared. He no longer had a way out. Even if he returned the way he came, he was in his twilight years and only had a year left to live. He could only continue forward and hope for a miracle. Nye-hun walked forward. The seventh drumbeat sounded, and Nye-hun's eyes dimmed. His essence spirit was destroyed and his lifespan was depleted. He collapsed in the hall with his life severed. Nye-hun's death destroyed the last hope in the hearts of Ingtian and the others. Actually, Ingtian and the others had the same guess initially. Since this was a test left behind by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, it should not be a dead end and there should be a chance of survival. But now that Nye-hun was dead, Ingtian and the others gave up completely and retreated. Although they lost 60,000 years of lifespan, they managed to survive at the very least. Fellow Taoist Su, let's retreat too. Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo beside her. During this period of time earlier on, Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly and remained silent the entire time. His eyes were closed, as though his mind was elsewhere, and he was deep in thought. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. As though he understood something, he moved and headed towards the center of the hall. Fellow Taoists, be careful! Lin Luo was alarmed and reminded hurriedly. Ingtian and the others noticed Su Zimo's actions as well. All of them had different expressions. Hee, another person who wants to die. Golden Feather pouted and sneered. Greedy. He's lost his mind. Lang Qianqian shook her head gently with a hint of pity. Ingtian said indifferently. In this world, there are too many people who don't understand their own limits. They often think that they are favored children of the universe blessed with great fortune. Little do they know that they are merely extremely stupid ants. This person wants to die so badly that I don't even have to bother putting in any effort personally. Chapter 2405 Twilight 2405 Twilight. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo crossed 100 feet and heard the fourth drumbeat. This time round, he did not release any divine powers or secret skills to defend. That was because he knew that the dermic Tao contained in the sound of the twilight drum had already surpassed all his strength. It was useless even if he defended. Su Zimo could clearly sense his lifespan draining. 40,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. After walking 400 feet, he had already lost an entire 100,000 years of his lifespan. It was a mysterious sensation. Su Zimo controlled the divine power of time, fleeting moment. He had once used that supreme divine power to kill a grade 9 heaven immortal and witnessed the latter's lifespan dissipate instantly. However, he had never experienced the feeling of his own lifespan disappearing instantly on his body. The sound of the twilight drum reverberated through the hall. Su Zimo carefully comprehended the Tao and dermic arts contained in the depths of the drumbeat, and felt the cruelty of the passing of one's lifespan as the sound of the twilight drum descended. The reason why Su Zimo chose to continue forward was not out of greed. It was because he wanted to make use of the sound of the twilight drum to continue perfecting his fleeting moment. If possible, he wanted to push fleeting moment to its limits and break through any barriers there were to reach another peak. Of course, that action was accompanied by immense danger. If Su Zimo could not comprehend the dermic Tao and the sound of the twilight drum, he would never be able to recover the lifespan he lost. However, all opportunities in the world were accompanied by danger. The most direct way to comprehend the sound of the twilight drum was to test it out personally. Only through enduring the baptism of the sound of the twilight drum could he experience the profoundness of the dermic Tao within and comprehend it. He wants to comprehend the dermic Tao of the twilight drum? Lang Qianqian seemed to have realized Su Zimo's intentions and frowned. Fu. Ingtian chuckled. He must be dreaming if he thinks that he can comprehend the dermic Tao of the twilight drum with just 10 drumbeats. Furthermore, He won't be able to hear all 10 drumbeats before his lifespan depletes completely. Lin Luo was enlightened. The test left behind by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight for the sound of the Twilight drum was not for everyone to advance with brute force. Instead, they had to comprehend and inherit the dharmic Tao of his Twilight drum before they could break out of the situation and obtain the supreme pure purple cloud talisman. Ying Tian, Lang Qianqian and Golden Feather naturally thought of this as well. However, even though they knew that the sound of the Twilight drum was a test left behind by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight, the 4 of them did not have the courage to continue forward. It was way too risky. Who was confident that they could comprehend the mysterious obscurities of the Twilight drum within the 10 drumbeats? Right then, the 4th drumbeat dissipated completely and returned to silence. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo continued forward. Dong! The 5th drumbeat sounded. 50,000 years of lifespan was lost. Su Zimo had only walked half the distance, and he had already lost an entire 150,000 years of lifespan. It was almost the same scene as Nye Hun earlier on. To Ying Tian and the others, Su Zimo seemed to be repeating the path Nye Hun had taken. Even the outcome would be identical. The sound of the drum reverberated for a moment before calming down. Su Zimo's eyes were closed, and his heart was free of distractions. He focused his attention and carefully comprehended the dharmic Tao contained in the sound of the Twilight drum, sensing the subtle changes that happened to his body in that instant. Before long, Su Zimo opened his eyes and continued forward with a resolute gaze. Dong! The 6th drumbeat sounded. 60,000 years of lifespan was lost. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. He had already lost an entire 210,000 years of lifespan by the time he arrived here. By the time Nye Hun reached this point, he had already turned into an old man with white hair and was at the end of his road. As for Su Zimo, although he looked more aged, his black hair fell like a waterfall and his face was rosy. He was filled with blood qi and was clearly still at his peak age. Nye Hun started at 80,000 years old, but Su Zimo was less than 10,000 years old. Even now, his age was less than 220,000 years old, and he was still at the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm. He's very young. With a single thought, Golden Feather deduced Su Zimo's original age. The fact that he managed to cultivate to this point in less than 10,000 years is truly impressive, Lang Qianqian said. Unfortunately, his current age is no longer considered an advantage. Even if he stops now, the chances of him cultivating to the perfected immortal realm in the future are not high. Fellow Taoist, it's not too late to stop now. With a worried expression, Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo's back view and suddenly reminded. If you take another step forward and the 7th drumbeat sounds, you'll... Ha! Ying Tian burst into laughter and interrupted Lin Luo, mocking. Not bad, not bad. Su Zimo, if you're afraid and wish to retreat, hurry on back. Don't be reckless. It was clear that Ying Tian's words were meant to agitate Su Zimo. If the 7th drumbeat sounded, Su Zimo would lose 70,000 years of his lifespan. At that time, he would also enter his twilight years and everything would be too late. Lin Luo glared at him and hollered. Ying Tian, you're way too vicious. Ying Tian pouted and sneered. This is his own choice. What has it got to do with me? I didn't force him. Furthermore, he already came this far. Naturally, he has to strengthen his beliefs and continue forward to finish with what he started. Right then, Su Zimo opened his eyes and continued forward. Dong! The 7th drumbeat sounded. A shocking change happened to Su Zimo's body as he aged rapidly. His face was filled with wrinkles and his hair was as white as snow. His flesh and blood were withered and he exuded the aura of twilight, turning old. Heaven Immortals had a lifespan of 300,000 years and Su Zimo was almost 290,000 years old. Fellow Taoist! When Lin Luo saw that, she exclaimed softly with a hint of pity in her eyes. Ha ha! Ying Tian burst into laughter and was delighted. This person had just joined forces with Lin Luo and caused him and Lang Qianqian to suffer a slight loss. How could he not be happy that Su Zimo was now in such a state? The moment Su Zimo died, Ing Tian could naturally lay claim on his possessions. It would be even more perfect if he could find the heaven and earth slaying sword arts from Su Zimo's corpse. I see. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. Although his face was old, his eyes were extremely clear and shone brightly as he murmured softly. He had only just begun comprehending the sound of the Twilight drum. Although he had some insights, he could not comprehend the true meaning behind it. It was only now that he was enlightened. Only in one's twilight years could one truly experience the dharmic Tao of the Twilight drum and experience the cruelty of old age. Actually, this was another test from Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Although Niehun also managed to arrive at this point in his twilight years, he was already on the brink of a mental breakdown at that time. Even his Tao heart was shaken. There was no way he could comprehend the dharmic Tao calmly. Niehun's Tao heart collapsed, and he was basically gambling, dying after his lifespan was exhausted. The reason why Su Zimo could remain so calm at this point was partly because his Tao heart was strong. His actions this time round were meant to comprehend the dharmic Tao of the sound of the Twilight drum. Another reason was because he had once experienced these twilight years. This was a familiar state to him. Back in the Tao inheritance ground of Tianhuang mainland, when he established the martial Tao, he almost exhausted his lifespan before succeeding. Therefore, even at the end of his lifespan, he could still maintain his composure and calmness, comprehending the true meaning of the dharmic Tao of Twilight. Chapter 2406 Level 5 Heaven Essence Realm 2406 Level 5 Heaven Essence Realm. After the seventh drumbeat, Su Zimo paused the longest. To Ing Tian and the others, Su Zimo definitely could not withstand such a blow, and was at a loss as to whether to advance or retreat. Right now, he must be in immense torture. If Su Zimo took a step further, the eighth drumbeat would sound and he would definitely die. However, if he were to retreat, he would be in his twilight years and would not have much lifespan left. From his high spirits earlier on to his current twilight years, everything happened within a short distance of 700 feet in less than 15 minutes. Who could withstand such a blow? A long time later, Su Zimo finally opened his eyes. His back was facing Ing Tian and the others, and there was naturally no way they could see the look in his eyes. It was filled with the endless vicissitudes of time. Although Su Zimo's body was almost at the end of its road, the glint in his eyes intensified. Under the gazes of Ing Tian and the others, Su Zimo advanced once more. Don't! Lin Luo spoke instinctively. Ha ha! Ing Tian burst into laughter. He's too obsessed. Lang Qianqian shook her head, seemingly in pity. Dong! The eighth drumbeat sounded. However, to the surprise of Ing Tian and the others, Su Zimo did not exhaust his lifespan. Instead, he wobbled across another 100 feet. His footsteps were slow and even staggered. However, his lifespan did not show any signs of decreasing. Ing Tian's laughter stopped abruptly. Lang Qianqian, Golden Feather and Lin Luo were dumbfounded as well. This time round, Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and continued forward. The ninth drumbeat sounded. Su Zimo did not fall still and had a lifespan of 10,000 years remaining. It was as though the dharmic Tao of the Twilight drum no longer had any effect on him. Ing Tian and the others widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already walked 900 feet away. Logically speaking, his lifespan should have been exhausted, and he should have died. However, he was still advancing step by step towards the center of the hall. Could something have happened? Ing Tian and the others frowned. The dharmic Tao of the Twilight drum in the hall must have dissipated. That thought flashed through Golden Feather's mind. Without batting an eyelid, he channeled his movement technique and suddenly sped forward, crossing 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Dong! But soon, Golden Feather heard the fourth drumbeat and shuddered. He stopped in his tracks hurriedly with a terrible expression. He had lost another 40,000 years of lifespan. Actually, Ing Tian had also deduced that possibility. However, He was extremely cautious and did not act rashly. Now that he saw Golden Feather's expression, he realized that the Dermic Tao of the Twilight Drum was still here and had not vanished. This meant that there was a high chance that Su Zimo had already comprehended the Dermic Tao of the sound of the Twilight Drum. That was the reason why he could defend against the impact of the Dermic Tao. When he saw that Su Zimo was getting closer to the supreme pure purple cloud talisman in the middle of the hall, Ing Tian felt indignant. But soon, he was relieved and chuckled. So what if that lad can obtain the supreme pure purple cloud talisman? He paid almost 300,000 years of lifespan for it. That price is way too great. Lin Luo sneered. Don't tell me you think that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight didn't leave any way out. What do you mean? Ing Tian frowned. Lin Luo said. Su Zimo obtained the inheritance of the Twilight Drum's Dermic Tao. Do you think that Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight would let his successor die right after the test? Right then, Su Zimo had already arrived in the middle of the hall. He reached out and took the supreme pure purple cloud talisman, putting it in his storage bag. At the same time, he heard a crisp and distant bell sound, as though it came from the end of the sands of time and contained a mysterious and powerful power. The sound of the bell was completely different from the dreary sounds of the drum earlier on. The bell was filled with vitality, and all living beings were invigorated. Against the impact of the bell, Su Zimo's body underwent a tremendous change as well. The flesh on his body gradually grew and the wrinkles on his face gradually smoothened out. His white hair transformed and turned pitch black as ink. He exuded vigor, and his figure was tall and straight. His aura was torrential and was even stronger than before. The lifespan he had just lost had been completely returned. Dawn Bell! When Ing Tian saw that, he immediately understood what happened to Su Zimo and said word by word. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight did not only leave behind the Dermic Tao of the Twilight Drum in the hall, but the Dawn Bell as well. However, one could only receive the baptism of the Dawn Bell after comprehending the Twilight Drum. For example, although Ing Tian, Golden Feather, and the others heard the Dawn Bell sound as well, they did not have the chance to endure the baptism of the Dawn Bell Dermic Tao, and the lifespan they lost could not be recovered. Su Zimo stood in the middle of the hall, receiving the baptism of the two Dermic Taos, the Dawn Bell and Twilight Drum, in his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. This was equivalent to obtaining a new life in his twilight years. In between life and death, under the stimulation of the two extremity powers, the green lotus true body grew rapidly and transformed. The bottleneck that had troubled Su Zimo for a long time had also loosened. Su Zimo took a deep breath and absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to break through and advance to the level 5 heaven essence realm. The moment he did that, a shocking change happened in the entire hall. Endless heaven and earth essence chi surged over from the walls of the hall, almost materializing into streams of air that entered Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo's body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic vortex that devoured the surrounding heaven and earth essence chi wildly. The heaven and earth essence chi in the hall was way too rich and had far surpassed everyone's imagination. How could this be? Golden Feather looked around with a shocked expression. I got it. Lang Qianqian looked around the hall as though she was enlightened. Suddenly she said, the entire Jade Pure Palace was built from gigantic pieces of essence spirit stones. Psst! Ing Tian and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. The Jade Pure Palace was dozens of feet tall, and such a gigantic palace was completely built from essence spirit stones. In other words, any random stone in the Jade Pure Palace was an essence spirit stone. The number of essence spirit stones required to build such a palace was uncountable. There might be hundreds of millions or even more. As a prince and princess, Ing Tian and Lang Qianqian had noble statuses, and there was almost no lack of cultivation resources such as essence spirit stones. However, either of them had ever seen so many essence spirit stones right in front of them. Furthermore, they were built into a gigantic palace. Even perfected immortals would be tempted by such a palace made of essence spirit stones, let alone heaven immortals. Boom! Right then, Su Zimo's essence chi was at its peak. He broke through the bottleneck barrier in one go, entering the level 5 Heaven Essence realm. A tremendous amount of Heaven and Earth Essence Chi surged within his body. Su Zimo's aura was also rising rapidly. Chapter 2407 2407 Final Test 2407 Final Test. Golden Feather glared at Su Zimo, and his gaze flickered. Suddenly, he said, "This person's methods are not weak. Now that he has advanced to become a Grade 5 Heaven Immortal, he's probably even more difficult to deal with." The blue-robed boy from before died in Su Zimo's hands. Even Prince Yingtian and Princess Lang Qianqian could not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. Initially, Golden Feather thought that he would be able to gain a share of the battle between the 9 of them. The way things were unfolding, that seemed to be getting more difficult. Notwithstanding Yingtian and Lang Qianqian, he could not even defeat Su Zimo and Lin Luo. Right then, a door to another hall not far away opened. Everyone's eyes lit up and they moved without hesitation, charging towards the hall. 9 of them entered the Jade Pure Palace. Right now, there were only 5 of them remaining. However, there were no traces of the Jade Pure Jade Manual the entire time. Towards the end, the chances of the Jade Pure Jade Manual would increase. Since they no longer had the chance to obtain the Supreme Pure Purple Cloud Talisman, there was no need for them to waste time here. Su Zimo stabilized his cultivation realm slightly, and did not continue to absorb Heaven and Earth Essence Chi. At the same time, he moved and charged towards the door of the hall. The 5 of them entered the hall one after another, and their gazes landed in the middle. There was a stone table with a bamboo scroll on the surface that emitted a green glow. Jade Pure Jade Manual! All 5 of their eyes lit up. Although no one had seen the Jade Pure Jade Manual before, the 5 of them knew in their hearts when they saw the bamboo scroll that this was definitely the Jade Pure Jade Manual. The true treasure of this secret ground had finally appeared before everyone. Eh? Lin Luo seemed to have sensed something and exclaimed softly. After charging into the hall, Lin Luo could sense that her Heaven and Earth Essence Chi was sealed in her body and could not be used at all. She was not the only one. Su Zimo and the others noticed this abnormality at the same time. "There's a powerful seal in this hall," Lang Qianqian murmured softly. "I got it!" Suddenly Yingtian burst into laughter. "The seal of this hall is the final test of Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. From what I know, the Supreme Pure Jade Manual refines the spirit, while the Grand Pure Jade Manual refines techniques. As for the Jade Pure Jade Manual, a body-tempering technique is contained within it. The reason why Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight set up such a seal in this hall is because he wants us to fight with our physiques and blood chi without the use of any divine powers or secret skills to determine the eventual successor." Lin Luo frowned slightly. Her cultivation realm was slightly inferior to Yingtian and Lang Qianqian. The reason why she was able to join forces with Su Zimo to fight against the prince and princess earlier on was because she had many divine powers and secret skills. She was not good at melee combat in terms of physique or bloodline. According to her observation, although Su Zimo beside her was strong and could even fight the prince and princess head-on, what he displayed were all sorts of powerful secret skills and immortal arts. If this person's essence spirit and essence chi were restricted such that he could not use any divine powers or secret skills, the restriction on him would be extremely obvious as well. He looked like a frail scholar and did not release any blood chi previously. He must have a weak physique and ordinary bloodline. As for Yingtian and Lang Qianqian, both of them possessed the bloodline of immortal emperors and cultivated bloodline phenomenons with strong physiques. Although they had just released their bloodline phenomenons and could not release them again within a short period of time, their melee combat skills were almost invincible in this hall. Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo worriedly. This situation was extremely disadvantageous for the 2 of them. Even if they joined forces with Golden Feather, they might not be a match for Yingtian and Lang Qianqian. It would be best if Yingtian and Lang Qianqian could fight one another. They might be able to seize an opening. However, Yingtian and Lang Qianqian were no fools. They would definitely join forces to clear other obstacles before fighting for the ownership of the Jade Pure Jade Manual. Unlike Lin Luo, Su Zimo had a calm expression, as though he did not notice the slight change in the situation. Lin Luo sighed internally. Unable to send a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness, she could only remind softly. Fellow Taoist Su, you must be careful later on. Try not to fight them head-on. Su Zimo smiled gently without commenting. If he was still a grade 4 heaven immortal, the Green Lotus True Body might not be a match for Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian if he could not use his blood qi. But now, the Green Lotus True Body had grown to become a grade 5 heaven immortal. After releasing the 6-tusk divine strength, his strength would increase exponentially and was enough to fight against Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Fellow Taoists, why don't I join forces with you guys? Golden Feather pondered for a moment, and suddenly said to Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Although my cultivation realm is only at the grade 5 heaven immortal realm, I can definitely suppress strong foes above my level in melee combat. Golden Feather was a 3D golden crow, and had a strong bloodline. He was not lying. Relying on the sun essence blood of the golden crow race, his bloodline was scorching hot, and his blood qi surged like a volcano eruption with a powerful aura that was extremely difficult to defend against. Notwithstanding the fact that he was invincible among his peers, there were few living beings of the same race that could match him. Golden Feather pointed at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Leave this grade 5 heaven immortal to me. Fellow Taoists, deal with Lin Luo. As for the Jade Pure Jade Manual, I'll definitely not lay my hands on it. I only hope that you can let me take away something from Su Zimo's storage bag. Golden Feather was extremely smart, and judged the situation accurately. His senses were also extremely sharp. He could tell that even if he joined forces with Su Zimo and Lin Luo, they would definitely not be a match for Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian in this hall. Notwithstanding the fact that their physiques and bloodlines were strong, they were invincible in melee combat. He did not know what else they had up their sleeves given their statuses as the prince and princess. Previously, either of them revealed many trump cards in the fight for the other treasures because the Jade Pure Jade Manual had yet to appear and both of them restrained themselves. But now that the Jade Pure Jade Manual had appeared, it definitely belonged to the two of them. Rather than dreaming of fighting for it, he might as well retreat and join forces with the two of them to fight for a share of the loot. The wise recognized their circumstances. Ying Tian smiled gently. You can join forces with us. However, you don't have to deal with Su Zimo. Just hold back Lin Luo. Given the bloodline of your 3D Golden Crow race, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight someone who is only a minor realm above you, right? Golden Feather hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, There's naturally no problem. Although he was agreeable, he cursed internally. The reason why he suggested dealing with Su Zimo was because he had a little plan of his own. Because they were both grade 5 heaven immortals, it was extremely easy for him to suppress Su Zimo, and he could even save a lot of energy. If Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were to end up in an internecine outcome, he would still have a chance to take advantage of the situation. However, Ying Tian could clearly tell his intentions and wanted him to deal with Lin Luo. Lin Luo's physique and bloodline were not strong and posed no threat to him. However, Lin Luo's movement technique was mysterious, and it was extremely difficult for Golden Feather to suppress her. Although both parties joined forces on the surface, they were still scheming through their words. If I'm entangled by Golden Feather, it'll be difficult for me to escape, Lin Luo whispered. You don't have much of a chance against Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. The situation isn't looking good. Why don't we leave this place first? Ha ha! Ying Tian burst into laughter and guarded both sides of the hall with Lang Qianqian, saying slowly, It's too late for you to leave now. Chapter 2408 Controlling the Situation. 2408 Controlling the Situation. Su Zimo sneered and merely glanced at Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian before turning to Lin Luo. If you go against Golden Feather later on, be careful of his bloodline phenomenon. Apart from the fact that the 3D Golden Crow race had a strong bloodline, their movement techniques were extremely brilliant as well. However, Su Zimo had witnessed Lin Luo's movement technique before, and it was clear that she came from an ancient lineage. It was extremely similar to the movement technique of the black-robed woman he saw during the 10th tribulation, and was extremely mysterious. In that aspect, the 3D Golden Crow could not gain any advantage either. Before Lin Luo could react, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and charged towards the stone table in the middle of the hall like an arrow. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the Pure Jade manual first. "How dare you!" Ying Tian's reaction was extremely fast, and he channeled his bloodline to its limits instantly. At a shocking speed, he chased after Su Zimo. On the other side, Lang Qianqian took light steps. Her movement technique was even faster than Ying Tian, and the distance between her and Su Zimo decreased rapidly. There was a seal in this hall, and Su Zimo could not use divine powers or secret skills such as the rock wings. He could not break free from Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. If not for the seal, even ordinary perfected immortals would not be able to catch up to Su Zimo if he released all his divine powers and secret skills, let alone Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. When Su Zimo was 100 feet away from the stone table, Lang Qianqian had already caught up and attacked without hesitation. Phew! Lang Qianqian reached out with her slender hand and slapped Su Zimo on the back. Although that palm looked fair and weak, the power released by that palm was extremely shocking. It crushed down like a gigantic palace with an unstoppable aura. Su Zimo did not even turn back when he sensed the activity behind him and slapped in reverse. Unlike Lang Qianqian's palm technique, Su Zimo's palm strike was like a gigantic millstone that spun, distorted, and crushed continuously. Great Chaos Essence Palm. Bang! The two palms collided and separated upon contact. Su Zimo and Lang Qianqian shuddered. A look of shock and surprise flashed through Lang Qianqian's eyes. She circulated her blood qi and released the ultimate technique of her emperor lineage, White Jade Capital. Every single palm strike she released condensed the majesty of an immortal city in an unstoppable manner. Lang Qianqian had not expected that not only was Su Zimo not severely injured from her accumulated attack, he was even completely unharmed. Both parties clashed head-on and were evenly matched. More than that, Su Zimo made use of the remnant power released by the collision of the two palms and advanced with the momentum. His speed was even faster, and he was 10 feet away from the stone table. Humph! Lang Qianqian's expression darkened. At that moment, she began to display her talent as a princess. In that split second, if it was anyone else, they would not have been able to react and could only watch Su Zimo leave. However, Lang Qianqian was only momentarily startled when her palm strike did not succeed. Immediately, she waved her wide robes that extended dozens of feet like a spirit snake and coiled towards Su Zimo. Just as he was about to reach the stone table, Su Zimo suddenly felt his feet tighten. He was entangled by a robe sleeve and could not advance. As though it was sentient, the sleeve coiled around Su Zimo's feet continuously, and even wanted to bind his limbs. Tear! Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he took a deep breath. Like a snake devouring the sun and moon, he underwent a complete transformation. 2 horns grew on his head and he transformed into a divine dragon. His flesh was filled, and his entire body expanded instantly. Crack! 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 The sleeve that bound him tore apart instantly, turning into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Such methods posed no threat to Su Zimo. However, with that slight delay, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian arrived at the same time and stood in front of Su Zimo, attacking together. The only way Su Zimo could obtain the Pure Jade manual was if he broke through the defenses of Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. On the other side, Golden Feather and Lin Luo were already fighting. Although the battle between the two of them seemed intense, it was actually difficult to determine the victor. In terms of strength, Golden Feather was indeed superior. However, with the help of a mysterious footwork, Lin Luo managed to avert danger time and again. No matter how Golden Feather attacked, Lin Luo could resolve it with ease. Of course, given Lin Luo's strength, it was also extremely difficult for her to suppress Golden Feather. Lin Luo circled around Golden Feather while paying attention to the battlefield not far away. She knew very well that no one of the same cultivation realm could defend against the combined forces of the prince and princess. However, after watching for a while, she realized that the situation over there was completely beyond her imagination. Su Zimo fought 1 against 2 and was not disadvantaged in melee combat. Instead, he fought back and forth against Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Golden Feather found an opportunity to glance over as well. That single glance almost caused his jaws to drop. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had yet to suppress Su Zimo despite joining forces. Not only that, in terms of aura, Su Zimo seemed to have the upper hand and the initiative. Golden Feather and Lin Luo were shocked. How is this possible? In melee combat, Su Zimo was actually suppressing the prince and princess. If news of this were to spread to the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, it would definitely cause a huge stir. Splash! Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian had already pushed their bloodlines to their limits, and displayed many offensive skills of their respective emperor lineages with ferocious attacks. Although Su Zimo did not use his bloodline, he could fight the 2 of them head-on without being disadvantaged with the strength of his Green Lotus true body. Although he was alone, his offensive skills were even more ferocious in melee combat. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian felt as though they were not facing a human, but a ferocious beast from the wilderness. At times it would descend with the might of a divine dragon. At times it would be ferocious like a tiger descending from the mountains. At times it would be agile like an ape flying. At times it would be gentle like an anaconda spitting its tongue. The 2 of them felt troubled and had ugly expressions. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had fought countless battles and had never encountered such a terrifying counterattack. In the face of Su Zimo, all their advantages seemed to have vanished. While their techniques were brilliant, Su Zimo's offensive skills were even more mysterious. Their attacks were ferocious, but Su Zimo's counterattack was even tougher. They were ruthless in their attacks, but Su Zimo was even more savage. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had exchanged 1,000 blows in less than 10 breaths, and the 3 of them were covered in injuries. As time passed by, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's blood qi gradually weakened and they were disadvantaged. However, Su Zimo fought fiercer and fiercer. The current situation was within Su Zimo's expectations. After all, there was a difference of 2 cultivation realms between them. Without being able to use his blood qi, it was difficult for Su Zimo to suppress Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. However, during the fight, he wanted to injure the 2 of them even at the risk of being injured. Divine powers and secret skills could not be used in the hall. This also meant that they could only rely on the regeneration capabilities of their bodies and bloodlines to heal. In terms of healing and recovery, there were no physiques that could compare to the Green Lotus true body. That was the case even for the bloodline of emperors. With that, the more injuries the 3 of them had, the greater Su Zimo's chance of winning. Indeed, in less than 15 minutes, the 3 of them had expended a lot of energy in the battle. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's blood qi drained and their strength gradually weakened. As for Su Zimo, he had almost no losses thanks to the regeneration capabilities of the Green Lotus true body. That was the reason why he fought fiercer and fiercer, forming a suppressive situation against Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian. Chapter 2409 Massive Defeat. 2409 Massive Defeat. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's expressions turned increasingly terrible after being suppressed by Su Zimo. Both of them had a trump card that they did not use the entire time. This was their final resort, and they would not use it unless they had no other choice. Actually, both of them had the same thoughts. Even if Su Zimo had the upper hand in the battle, it would be difficult for him to suppress and defeat the 2 of them. As long as this dragged on, the 2 of them would be able to exhaust Su Zimo to death even if they had to waste time. After all, Su Zimo was fighting 1 against 2 and both of them possessed the bloodlines of emperor lineages. Their physiques were strong and their endurance was shocking. However, as time passed by, the two of them gradually lost confidence. Although Su Zimo had some injuries like them, his recovery speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo still looked lively and energetic. The more he fought, the fiercer he became without any signs of fatigue. Instead, the two of them felt waves of weakness in their blood chi and could barely hold on. Just as the two of them were in a daze, their movement techniques inevitably slowed down and revealed an opening. That opening was completely negligible for the two of them. After all, it was an alliance of the prince and princess. Even if there were any openings, they could make up for it rapidly. However, Su Zimo sensed something and would not miss this opportunity. His gaze intensified and his aura surged, locking onto Ying Tian. "How dare you get distracted in front of me?" Su Zimo shouted with a voice that was thunderous. Sensing the change in the situation, Lang Qianqian summoned the ultimate technique of her emperor lineage, White Jade Capital, hurriedly. With a wave of her palm, a majestic ancient city appeared and suppressed Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo was held back for a moment, Ying Tian would be able to escape danger. Su Zimo ignored Lang Qianqian's ultimate melee combat technique behind him and leaped up like a dragon. His body stretched completely as he swept his feet together, releasing a domineering and ferocious power that collided against the descending ancient city. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, Su Zimo's essence spirit entered the corpse of a divine dragon and released many offensive skills of the dragon race. With his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness as a foundation, he had already mastered these offensive skills over the years. In the eyes of Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian, Su Zimo seemed to have vanished, and in his place was a divine dragon that stood between them. Boom! The divine dragon swayed its tail and collided with the ancient city, letting out a deafening bang. Lang Qianqian shuddered and retreated a few steps. As for Su Zimo, he made use of the tremendous recoil and arrived before Ying Tian instantly. He reached out with both hands and grabbed Ying Tian's arms. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo extended 10 fingernails that were sharp as sabers and shone with a cold glint. Ying Tian had not expected that he would receive such a ferocious attack just because of a momentary mental fluctuation. He had just snapped out of his stupor when Su Zimo had already closed in. A tragic and bloodthirsty aura surged over in a suffocating manner. Ying Tian met with Su Zimo's eyes and his heart skipped a beat. "This is bad!" Ying Tian was shocked. In terms of aura, spirit and heart, he was completely disadvantaged. He could not take it head on. Ying Tian reacted right away and retreated. At the same time, he clenched his fists and punched towards Su Zimo's hands, wanting to buy time. However, he was still a tad slower. The moment he raised his arm, Su Zimo's hands landed on his shoulders. After some slight resistance, the sharp nails pierced his flesh. The 10 fingernails dug into Ying Tian's shoulder and pierced into the gap between his bones. "All right," Ying Tian grunted. Before he could react, his vision blurred and a figure charged forward like a divine steed. Bang! The next moment, a tremendous force struck his chest heavily. Ying Tian wore a heart-protecting mirror that was equivalent to a sentient dermic treasure on his chest. Although it did not have the power of a sentient dermic treasure, its material was indestructible and blocked the tremendous force. If not for that, Su Zimo's knee strike would have been enough to crush Ying Tian's chest and rupture his heart. Although the heart-protecting mirror could defend against the power of Su Zimo's kneecap, it could not neutralize the terrifying impact of the collision. Ying Tian's figure flew back uncontrollably. However, his arms were locked by Su Zimo's fingers. At the same time that his knees collided, Su Zimo grabbed Ying Tian's shoulders with both hands and yanked the latter fiercely. The release of the two powers at the same time caused extremely violent consequences. One of Ying Tian's arms was torn off by Su Zimo. Fresh blood spewed, dyeing the hall red with the emperor blood in him. "Ah!" Ying Tian could not help but cry out in pain with a pained expression after being severely injured. Since he could not use divine powers or secret skills in the hall, he naturally could not regrow his arm. His broken arm could not heal for the time being and blood gushed out. Lang Qianqian was shocked and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Although the entire process sounded slow, in reality, it happened in an instant. By the time she dispelled Su Zimo's divine dragon tail whip and was about to step forward to helping Tian, that scene had already happened. There was no room for mistakes in a battle of this level. Even Lin Luo and Golden Feather, who were fighting on the other side of the hall, were shocked when they saw the situation and paused momentarily. Prior to this, who would have thought that the alliance between the prince and princess would be forced to such a state by an unknown person? Golden Feather felt a lingering fear. Back then, he even took the initiative to want to fight this seemingly frail scholar. Now that he thought about it, it was lucky that Ing Tian stopped him. This person looked scholarly and quiet on the surface. To think that he would be so violent and terrifying when he fought. Ing Tian was a prince. Even if Golden Feather could suppress him, he would be wary and might not dare to injure the latter. However, this person tore off Ing Tian's arm without any reservations. If he was up against this person, he would have died on the spot. Although Ing Tian lost his arm, he made use of this opportunity to flee far away and escape from Su Zimo's pursuit temporarily. He glared at Su Zimo with a menacing expression. Su Zimo did not continue to chase after Ing Tian. Both parties were quite a distance away. If he were to chase after Ing Tian, Lang Qianqian would seize the opportunity to get her hands on the Pure Jade manual. At that thought, Su Zimo turned around and charged towards Lang Qianqian, who was behind him. You! Lang Qianqian had yet to calm down when she saw Su Zimo charging towards her like a starving, ferocious beast. She could not help but feel shocked and furious. Earlier on, even when she joined forces with Ing Tian, they could not defeat this person. Now that she was facing Su Zimo alone, she was naturally fearful. Su Zimo had just ripped off Ing Tian's arm and carried that remnant ferocity with him as he charged forward with a torrential aura that was unstoppable. Even Lang Qianqian had to avoid him. However, Su Zimo refused to let her escape unscathed. There was no room for mercy towards women in a fight in the cultivation world. Chapter 2410 Hanging on a Thread. 2410 Hanging on a Thread. Su Zimo clenched his fists, and his flesh was filled. Descending from the skies with a divine might, he smashed towards Lang Qianqian's face as though he was holding a gigantic seal. Lang Qianqian raised her arms above her head. Bang! A dull sound of defeat echoed when the gigantic seal struck her arms. All right. Lang Qianqian grunted dully and felt a sharp pain in her arms. The next moment, she felt numb and could not exert any strength. The power of Su Zimo's attack was way too ferocious and dispersed her blood qi. However, Su Zimo's attacks did not stop. Lowering his body, he curled up and suddenly bounced up, holding something in the air with both hands. That single attack released an extremely tragic killing intent. He wants to kill me! Lang Qianqian was alarmed. Her arms were numb and her blood qi was chaotic. Without hesitation, she tapped her feet on the ground and swayed slightly like a willow catkin, falling rapidly to the back to distance herself from Su Zimo. Lang Qianqian thought that Su Zimo's attack was meant to kill her on the spot. She did not hold back at all and retreated dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. However, Su Zimo's attack came to an abrupt stop. He suddenly retracted his momentum and turned to grab the Pure Jade manual on the stone table behind him. Suppressing the prince and princess was not his goal. It was the Pure Jade manual. As long as he obtained the Pure Jade manual, be it advancing, retreating or leaving this place, everything would be under his control. After forcing Ing Tian and Lang Qianqian back, the Pure Jade manual was already within reach. Just as the bamboo scroll was about to land in his hands, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind and he caught sight of a bedazzling golden light from the corner of his eye. The next moment, a powerful aura of death enveloped him. This is bad! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although he did not know what the golden light behind him was, he could sense that it could definitely threaten his life. Without hesitation, Su Zimo decisively gave up on the pure Jade manual and sidestepped, dodging to the other side. Suddenly, in another direction, a blinding white light burst forth with a chilling killing intent. Instantly, it descended and severed Su Zimo's escape path. The moment the white light appeared, the temperature in the hall dipped significantly. Pissed! Su Zimo's expression turned grim. In this hall, he could not use his spirit consciousness to scan or activate his movement technique or secret skill. It would be difficult for him to break free from the encirclement of the two killing moves with just a burst of his physical strength. The power released by the two beams of light had clearly surpassed the Heaven Essence realm and was at another level. Furthermore, the attack of the second white light was extremely mysterious and had already sealed all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Golden light descended from behind in an unstoppable manner, while white light encircled and blocked his path. There was no way to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed and Su Zimo was in immense danger. On the other side, Lin Luo and Golden Feather stopped instinctively when they sensed the energy fluctuation and looked over with shocked expressions. Ah! Lin Luo could not help but exclaim softly when she saw Su Zimo's situation. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian indeed have trump cards. Golden Feather thought to himself. It's not so easy to defeat the prince and princess after all. On the battlefield, with his life hanging on a thread, the figure of a black-robed woman wielding a horsetail whip suddenly appeared in Su Zimo's mind. That footwork was extremely mysterious and filled with obscurities. Su Zimo had only seen it once and could not comprehend the obscurities of the footwork, let alone execute it. However, Lin Luo had released it countless times earlier on as well. The figures of Lin Luo and the black-robed woman seemed to overlap in his mind. As though he was possessed, Su Zimo subconsciously took a slanted step in one of the directions and landed on a spot in the void with extreme precision. The encirclement of the two divine lights had almost sealed all of Su Zimo's escape routes. As for the spot that Su Zimo had just stepped out, it was the single opening and his only shot at survival. With that single step, Su Zimo broke free from the encirclement of the two divine lights and left them behind. Eh? Lin Luo's eyes lit up and a look of disbelief appeared on her face as she murmured. How could he? After Su Zimo escaped, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If that mysterious footwork had not saved his life earlier on, he would most likely have been severely injured or even dead on the spot. Su Zimo turned back and could not help but frown. In front of Ying Tian stood a tall golden-armored giant with a cold expression. It wielded a wide golden gigantic sword. The golden-armored giant was the one who slashed out the golden light earlier on. A puppet? Su Zimo murmured softly. Puppet techniques belong to the unorthodox groups. There were dermic Daos of those in Tianhuang mainland as well. However, the power of the golden-armored giant puppet had already surpassed the Heaven Immortal realm and was at the level of a perfected immortal. It was way too terrifying. Ying Tian carried such a puppet with him at all times. Not many people, even perfected immortals, could threaten him, let alone Heaven Immortal experts. On the other side, a white-robed phantom stood in front of Lang Qianqian. It wielded a sword and stood with its hands behind its back. There were even some talisman's fragments scattered beneath the phantom's feet. The second white light should be a killing move released by the phantom. Unlike Ying Tian's puppet, this phantom looked like a type of talisman. Furthermore, the white-robed phantom was already at the level of a perfected immortal in terms of strength as well. If he was not wrong, these should be Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's final trump cards. Part of the reason why the two of them did not release it initially was because they felt that it was unnecessary. At the same time, they were guarding against the other party. The two of them had not expected that someone would be able to take on the two of them single-handedly, and almost suppress them in melee combat. Ying Tian even paid the price of losing his arm. Su Zimo, you're lucky to be able to dodge the sword of my golden-armored puppet. Ying Tian grit his teeth and said coldly, I'll take your life after I obtain the pure Jade manual. Go! Ying Tian willed. The golden-armored giant in front of him dragged its gigantic sword and strode towards the stone table in the middle. Clang! 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 With every step the golden-armored giant took on the ground, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew as its gigantic sword streaked across the ground. Lang Qianqian raised her head slightly. The white-robed phantom in front of her fluttered and charged towards the pure jade manual on the stone table at the same time. At that moment, the prince and princess did not hold back at all and released their trump cards, wanting to take the pure jade manual for themselves. In the end, the golden-armored giant was a step slower. Just as the white-robed phantom was about to snatch the pure jade manual, the golden-armored giant suddenly raised its gigantic sword and slashed towards the stone table. The white-robed phantom slashed in reverse towards the gigantic golden sword. Clang! The two swords collided with an ear-piercing sound and burst forth with a blinding light. Chapter 2411 Authentic Jade Manual. 2411 Authentic Jade Manual. The sword technique of the golden-armored giant was forceful and the white-robed phantom could not match it head-on. However, the sword beam of the white-robed phantom exuded a mysterious and feminine aura, releasing a gentle force that repelled the gigantic sword of the golden-armored giant. This could already be considered as a fight between perfected immortals. Initially, Su Zimo had the highest chance of obtaining the pure jade manual. To think that after Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian released their trump cards, no one else could compete at all. Standing far away, Su Zimo did not dare to advance recklessly. Be it the golden-armored giant or the white-robed phantom, he could not defeat them. The mysterious footwork that he released earlier on was also used in a moment of desperation. Right now, he had no clue how to do it if he had to use it again. Clang! 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 The golden-armored giant and white-robed phantom exchanged blows continuously. In the hall, sword lights streaked and sparks flew as killing intent spread with a chilling intent. Boom! The fight between the two of them spread in all directions, and the stone table collapsed. The pure jade manual flew up and the bamboo scroll extended. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian's eyes lit up. Almost at the same time, the golden-armored giant and white-robed phantom extended their palms. Both of them grabbed one side of the scroll while their other hands that wielded their swords collided violently. Boom! The two swords collided with a tremendous force, and the two figures retreated at the same time. With a ripping sound, the pure jade manual in midair could not withstand the impact of the two powers and was torn into two. Wielding half of the pure jade manual, the golden-armored giant retreated to Ying Tian's side. The white-robed phantom took the other half and returned to Lang Qianqian's side, handing the other half over. Humph! Ying Tian held half of the pure jade manual with a terrible expression. Lang Qianqian frowned slightly as well, revealing a hint of regret. However, on second thought, obtaining half of it was better than returning empty-handed. Furthermore, with this half of the pure jade manual, she could negotiate with Ying Tian and combine them into one. The two of them could cultivate at the same time and achieve a win-win situation. There was no hurry for this matter, they could think about it at length. When Su Zimo saw that the situation was set, he was prepared to leave. Although he did not obtain the pure jade manual, he had benefited immensely from this trip. He obtained many treasures, including the Bodhi seed, which were extremely helpful to his cultivation. Right then, Ying Tian suddenly turned around and looked at Su Zimo. He did not conceal the killing intent in his heart as he said coldly, "Su Zimo, it's time for payback for my broken arm." Lang Qianqian turned around as well and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. The killing intents in the prince and princess were triggered. They had noble statuses, and although they had encountered many dangers up till this point of their cultivation, they had never been beaten so badly by cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, that was given the fact that they had joined forces and the other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than theirs. If Su Zimo were to leave this place alive, it would be a humiliation for the two of them. If possible, Ying Tian even wanted to kill everyone who knew about this, including Golden Feather and Lin Luo. Suddenly, the halves of the pure jade manual in the hands of Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian shone with a divine light where they broke. The divine light released a powerful power that tore the void around the two of them apart and collapsed, forming a dark black hole. This is... Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were stunned. Spatial tunnel? Immediately after, Ying Tian reacted and exclaimed softly. The next moment, the black hole released a tremendous suction force and pulled Ying Tian and the golden-armored giant beside him in. No! Ying Tian shouted and wanted to struggle out. Unfortunately, it was too late. The spatial tunnel gradually devoured him and the golden-armored giant before disappearing. On the other side, Lang Qianqian and the white-robed phantom were sucked into a spatial tunnel as well and disappeared from the hall before long. In the blink of an eye, space healed as though nothing had happened. There were only 3 people left in the hall: Su Zimo, Lin Luo, and Golden Feather. Su Zimo and Lin Luo frowned slightly in deep thought. Golden Feather's eyes flickered. He could not even defeat Su Zimo, let alone the combined forces of Su Zimo and Lin Luo. When Golden Feather saw Su Zimo's decisiveness to kill earlier on, he was extremely wary. Afraid that Su Zimo would react and kill him here, he was so scared that he took out a teleportation talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart. Humph, pure Jade manual? So, it's just a scam. With that said, Golden Feather disappeared into the spatial tunnel and left as well. Su Zimo and Lin Luo were the only ones left in the hall. The two of them exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The pure Jade manual earlier on shouldn't be real, Su Zimo said deeply. That should be just a gigantic teleportation talisman. After Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian tore it apart, they were teleported away separately to unknown places. Lin Luo nodded as well. If that pure Jade manual isn't real, where is it? It should still be here? Su Zimo thought for a moment before saying. There are about 3 possibilities. First, as Golden Feather said before he left, this might be just a scam, nothing more than a joke made by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight. Of course, I don't agree with that. Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight went through so much trouble and the treasures left behind in the previous hall were so precious. There's no need for him to make such a joke on the most important pure Jade manual, Lin Luo said. The second possibility is like what I mentioned earlier on. The pure Jade manual is still here. Su Zimo nodded. Lin Luo asked. What about the third possibility? Su Zimo said. The third possibility is where Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were teleported to. That's where the pure Jade manual is. Lin Luo was enlightened and said softly. That's indeed possible. No matter what, let's search this place first. Su Zimo smiled. Even if we can't find the pure Jade manual, this gigantic palace that's completely made up of essence spirit stones is a huge gain. The two of them split up and searched everywhere in the hall. After almost half a day, they turned the pure palace upside down but could not find any traces of the pure Jade manual. The two of them gathered once more and arrived outside the pure hall. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. I'm afraid you're right. Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian should have been teleported to where the pure Jade manual is. Su Zimo remained silent. Lin Luo sighed gently. What a pity! You should have been the one to obtain the teleportation Jade manual on the stone table. However, it was snatched away by the two of them. Right then, Su Zimo and Lin Luo suddenly felt a mysterious and powerful power surge around them. After a moment of dizziness, the two of them broke free from the secret ground. Immediately after, the secret ground changed continuously before their eyes. It shrank and condensed, gradually turning into a green ball of light that floated over and stopped in front of Su Zimo. Chapter 24:12 Pure Magnificence Heaven. 24:12 Pure Magnificence Heaven. What's that? Instinctively, Lin Luo reached out and tried to touch it. The moment her palm touched the green ball of light, she felt a sharp pain and retracted her palm hurriedly. Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo at the side and stuck out her tongue. I'm not allowed to touch this thing. Su Zimo was puzzled as well. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he focused his gaze. Within the green ball of light, a bamboo scroll floated vaguely and emitted a mysterious glow. Su Zimo extended his hand in a testing manner and reached into the green ball of light without feeling any resistance. Immediately after, he took the bamboo scroll from the green ball of light and saw 4 words written on the first bamboo plate: Jade Pure Jade Manual. "It's the Jade Pure Jade Manual!" Lin Luo exclaimed softly when she saw the words. Su Zimo nodded. Lin Luo's eyes revealed a hint of envy. "Fellow Taoist Su, it's clear that the Jade Pure Jade Manual has already acknowledged you as its master. This is your opportunity. How could this be?" Su Zimo was delighted when he obtained the Jade Pure Jade Manual as well. However, there were still many things he did not understand. Why would the Jade Pure Jade Manual acknowledge him as its master? Where was the secret ground they were in earlier on? What did that secret ground have to do with the Jade Pure Jade Manual before him? Su Zimo injected his spirit consciousness into the Jade Pure Jade Manual and received a lot of information. After a long time, he let out a look of realization and murmured softly, "I see. What's going on, fellow Taoist? Hurry and tell me." Although Lin Luo was a little disappointed that she did not obtain the Jade Pure Jade Manual, she could not contain her curiosity and urged. Su Zimo said, "This involves a secret of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual." At that point, Lin Luo suddenly interrupted and shook her head. "Since it's a secret, it's better if you don't say it. Although I'm curious, I know that such things can't be casually probed. It's nothing much. There's no need to hide it from you." Su Zimo looked at Lin Luo and smiled gently. Although Lin Luo's cultivation was superior, she was not old and carried the innocence of a young girl. In Su Zimo's eyes, she was more like a little sister, just like Xiaoning. Because of Lin Luo's background, Su Zimo naturally felt closer and trusted her. At the thought of Xiaoning, Su Zimo could not help but feel a sense of longing. With that, he could not help but recall Night Spirit, Monkey, Lin Xuanji and a group of old friends from Tianhuang mainland. Su Zimo looked into the distance in a daze. There were many old friends of his generation from Tianhuang mainland who ascended. But now, he had only found Yan Beichen and Mingjin. There was no news of the others and their fates were unknown. When Lin Luo saw the strange expression on Su Zimo's face, she did not disturb him and merely waited quietly at the side. A moment later, Su Zimo snapped out of his stupor and looked at Lin Luo at the side, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, I dazed off thinking about the past and some old friends. Since you know, father, you should be from Tianhuang mainland as well, right?" Lin Luo recalled the previous scene and asked. Su Zimo nodded. "Indeed." Lin Luo bowed deeply to Su Zimo. "Fellow Taoist Su, no matter what, thank you for helping me obtain the Immortal Pill and giving me the Sriracha fruit." Su Zimo hurried forward and helped her up, saying sternly, "The reason why Senior Human Emperor is injured is because he went against the heaven and earth laws back then and forcefully descended to save the human race of Tianhuang mainland. That was the reason why he suffered the backlash. If not for Senior Human Emperor, I would have died a long time ago, and the human race of Tianhuang mainland would have been doomed. My meager help is nothing." Pausing for a moment, Su Zimo asked, "How are the injuries of Senior Human Emperor? How has Fairy Ling Long been? Father's injuries have not shown any signs of healing. Actually, it's unknown if this Immortal Pill and the Sriracha fruit can heal Father's injuries. We can only give it a try and hope that it will work." Lin Luo sighed gently and a look of worry that did not belong to her age appeared on her slightly tender face. "Mother is fine and has always been by Father's side." She paused for a moment and hesitated. Actually, Lin Zhan's injury caused a huge stir in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, and even spread to the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, and the entire heavenly world. Otherwise, juniors like Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian would not have known about this. The impact of this matter was immense. As time passed by, the territory ruled by Lin Zhan became unstable with internal and external troubles. If not for Fairy Ling Long holding down the fort, the massive immortal kingdom would have fallen apart long ago, and been divided by the other factions of the Green Firmament Immortal domain. However, Lin Zhan's injuries did not recover for a long time. Fairy Ling Long alone could not support such a massive faction, and the pressure she faced increased. If Lin Zhan could not recover completely or encounter any unforeseen circumstances, they might be annihilated. Fairy Ling Long and Lin Luo's brother had never mentioned such things to her. However, Lin Luo was sharp and intelligent. She could see and sense everything. Although the immortal kingdom she was in right now seemed massive, it was actually extremely fragile. Any slight activity could cause unimaginable changes. These were rather private affairs of her family. Although Lin Luo trusted Su Zimo a lot, it was inappropriate for her to say such things to him explicitly. Furthermore, even if she said it, Su Zimo would not be of much help given his cultivation realm. For some unknown reason, Lin Zimo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when she looked at Su Zimo. It was not only because Su Zimo was from Tianhuang mainland. More than that, it was because Su Zimo felt more like a brother to her. When Su Zimo saw that Lin Luo was troubled, he did not ask further. I wasn't finished with the matter of the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual just now. Ying Tian once said that in the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual, the Supreme Pure Jade Manual refines the spirit, the Jade Pure Jade Manual tempers the body, while the Grand Pure Jade Manual refines techniques. The cultivation techniques in each volume are all top-tier techniques. However, that's not the only reason why the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual is known as a taboo mystic classic. More than that, it's because every single Jade Manual is actually a world of its own. Lin Luo revealed a shocked expression and asked instinctively. In that case, the secret ground we were in earlier on was actually... That's right. We were in the Jade Pure Jade Manual earlier on. Su Zimo nodded. The Jade Pure Jade Manual was not hidden at any location in the secret ground. It was the secret ground. The world contained in the Jade Pure Jade Manual was also known as the Pure Magnificence Heaven. The Pure Magnificence Heaven was an existence extremely similar to Emperor Bo Sun's Heaven of the Great Fiend. A world could only be condensed after one advanced to the Emperor realm. If he could control the Jade Pure Jade Manual completely, it would mean that he could control the world of the Pure Magnificence Heaven. That was also the reason why there were legends saying that once a person obtained a volume of the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual, there was a high chance they would be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Of course, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm, he could only see the cultivation techniques in the Jade Pure Jade Manual. However, he could not open up the world within, let alone control the Pure Magnificence Heaven. Even so, as long as he had the Jade Pure Jade Manual with him, he would have a higher chance of entering the Emperor realm in the future than others. Furthermore, he could already cultivate the top-tier cultivation technique within the Jade Pure Jade Manual right away. Chapter 2413 5 Cities 12 Towers 5 Cities 12 Towers. Su Zimo said. The true test left behind by Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight was actually in the Hall of the Dawn Bell and the Twilight Drum. Only those that obtain the baptism of the Dawn Bell and the Twilight Drum's dermic dowse will not be rejected by the Jade Pure Jade Manual at the end. Lin Luo was enlightened. Even if Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian did not tear the teleportation talisman and were teleported away, they would not have been able to obtain the Jade Pure Jade Manual. Earlier on, when Lin Luo tried to make contact with the Jade Pure Jade Manual, she suffered a backlash. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness browsed through the Jade Pure Jade Manual briefly, and he felt that the cultivation technique recorded on it did not seem to be just a simple body tempering technique. Instead, there were other uses. However, now was not the time to cultivate. Where are we? Su Zimo looked around and asked softly. Before he entered the Jade Pure Jade Manual, he was in Heaven and Earth Academy. But now that he had exited the Jade Pure Jade Manual, it was clear that he had arrived at an unfamiliar place. He was surrounded by towering mountains and lush greenery without any emblems. Lin Luo pondered for a moment. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Oh? Su Zimo was slightly surprised. He did not know how Lin Luo determined it. Lin Luo explained. Before this, the inheritance of the Grand Pure Jade Manual appeared in the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. The Jade Pure Jade Manual should be in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Pausing for a moment, she pointed to their surroundings. Furthermore, there are many peach blossom trees in the forest here. Su Zimo had noticed it as well. The surrounding forest was filled with ancient trees, and there were indeed peach blossom trees growing within. There were many of them. That did seem a little strange. In a normal ancient forest, even if there were peach blossom trees, there would not be such a large number of them. Su Zimo frowned slightly. But what has the peach blossom tree got to do with the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain? Lin Luo looked at Su Zimo in surprise. When she saw that he was puzzled and did not seem to be faking it, she explained patiently. You should know that the essence chi in the heavenly world is much richer than on other stars. It's because in the center of the heavenly world, there's a sacred tree called the Builder Tree. It gathers heaven and earth essence chi and connects to the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, the Pure Land of Bliss, and the Fiend Domain. Su Zimo nodded. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, the city lord Su Shi had mentioned this to him. That's right, Lin Luo said. However, in reality, apart from the Builder Tree in the middle of the heavenly world, be it the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, Pure Land of Bliss, or the Fiend Domain, they all have spirit herbs and immortal wood that belong to their respective territories that gather heaven and earth essence chi. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he came to a realization. I heard that the Pure Land of Bliss has 3 sacred trees. In the Fiend Domain, there's also the saying of the Undying Tree. Lin Luo smiled. In the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, there are also immortal trees holding down and absorbing heaven and earth essence chi. For example, in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain you're in, there's a mystic frost plum tree. It's said that this tree absorbs the coldest chi in the world. The surroundings of the plum tree are frozen and filled with frost, extinguishing all life. As for our Green Firmament Immortal Domain, there's an immortal willow. It once survived a calamity, and was reborn from lightning, growing even stronger than before. At that point, Lin Luo paused for a moment. In the first hall of the Jade Pure Palace earlier on, I fought with you for a withered branch. Su Zimo nodded. That was indeed the case back then. However, he was the one who obtained the withered branch first, and Lin Luo did not continue fighting for it. Both parties separated the moment they made contact, and there was no intense conflict. Lin Luo smiled. The withered branch you obtained was actually a remnant branch of the immortal willow. I see. Su Zimo recalled the scene back then. The reason why he snatched this withered branch was because the green lotus true body had a reaction and wanted to devour and refine it. From the looks of it, this withered branch was a treasure of the same level as the Ashoka tree trunk. Su Zimo thought for a moment. In that case, the immortal wood in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain should be a peach blossom tree? To be precise, it's an ancient immortal peach tree, Lin Luo said. It's also because of this immortal peach tree that there are many peach blossom trees in the territory of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Su Zimo asked. Where are the spirit herbs and immortal woods such as the mystic frost plum tree? I've been in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain for many years. Why haven't I seen them before? Lin Luo smiled. Immortal wood as such are naturally hidden in the various palaces of the emperors with heavy security. Furthermore, they are guarded by the immortal kings and emperors. For example, the mystic frost plum tree is in the Divine Firmament Palace while the immortal peach tree is in the depths of the Jade Firmament Palace. There's no chance to see it usually. Pausing for a moment, Lin Luo continued. However, the various immortal domains will hold their own heaven ranking competitions. At that time, various factions and paragons will be invited to gather in the palace, and they might have a chance to come into contact with these immortal trees. If you can be ranked in the heaven ranking, you will have a chance to obtain some benefits from these immortal trees. These immortal trees are nurtured by heaven and earth and have their own sentience. Be it leaves or fruits, they are rich in essence energy and have immense strength. They provide an unimaginable boost to one's cultivation. Su Zimo nodded. The heaven ranking competition was not only for fame, but also for rich rewards. Back then, he obtained many opportunities in the Earth ranking competition and even repaired the hell suppression tripod completely. It was also a large part of the reason why he was able to avoid danger in his trip to Avicii. "What are your plans?" Suzimo asked. "I wanted to return to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain as soon as possible and test out these two treasures for Father to see if they are effective." Lin Luo looked at Suzimo with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Fellow Taoist, if you have nothing on, why don't you follow me to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain? Father, Mother, and the others will definitely be extremely happy if they know that an old friend from Tianhuang mainland has ascended." Suzimo had benefited quite a bit this time round. Initially, he was prepared to return to Heaven and Earth Academy and cultivate in seclusion once more. However, at the thought of the human emperor who was severely injured as well as Fairy Ling Long, he felt a sense of worry. If he could meet Fairy Ling Long, he could ask her some of the questions that had been bothering him for the past few years. When Lin Luo saw Suzimo's hesitation, she smiled. "There's no need to make a decision in a hurry. No matter what, we have to find a teleportation formation first. If we have to rely on our legs, be it the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain or the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, we won't be able to reach them without 100 years. Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief. "That's right." Lin Luo took out a map from his storage bag and compared it carefully. Teleportation formations that could cross the immortal domains were rare. In the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, similar teleportation formations were only possessed by the three immortal kingdoms, for Immortal Sex and the Divine Firmament Palace. The teleportation formation closest to this place should be here. Lin Luo pointed to an ancient city emblem on the map. "Langfeng City." Suzimo looked at the ancient city and murmured softly. Lin Luo nodded. "The Jade Firmament Immortal Domain is also known as the White Jade Capital. There's even a poem describing it. Up in the heavens, the White Jade Capital houses 5 cities and 12 towers. Its glory shall grant all longevity. Langfeng City is one of the 5 cities." Chapter 2414 Immortal Peach Banquet. 2414 Immortal Peach Banquet. White Jade Capital, 5 cities and 12 towers? Suddenly, Suzimo recalled the ultimate secret skill used by Lang Qianqian and pondered. As though she could read Suzimo's mind, Lin Luo said, "The ultimate technique used by Lang Qianqian is called the White Jade Capital. Although Lang Qianqian is the princess of the White Firmament Immortal Domain, her mother is from the emperor lineage of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. That's why she knows this ultimate technique. That explains everything." Suzimo nodded. The two of them chatted casually for a while more before Lin Luo took out a spirit vessel from her storage bag and invited Suzimo to board it, heading towards Langfeng City. The two of them stood at the bow and faced the wind, looking down at the mountains and rivers beneath their feet, taking in the new sights. This was the first time Suzimo had left the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. As for Lin Luo, although she was born in the heavenly world and knew many things, this was also her first time in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Furthermore, she was younger than Suzimo and was even more curious. She looked around excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had traveled on the spirit vessel for half a day. Lin Luo extended her petite hand and counted with her fingers. Suddenly she said, "Judging from the current day, it seems like the Immortal Peach Banquet is about to be held in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain." "Immortal Peach Banquet?" Suzimo was slightly surprised. Lin Luo explained, "The Immortal Peach Banquet is similar to the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet on your side. It's a grand gathering of cultivators from various factions of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, and will take turns to be held in the 5 cities. It will definitely be very lively. The ranking of the Heaven ranking will also be selected at the Immortal Peach Banquet. I wonder which of the 5 cities will host the Peach Banquet this time round." Lin Luo murmured in deep thought. Right then, a gigantic warship tore through the clouds and sped over from the horizon not far away. The warship was dozens of feet long and 100 feet tall. There were a total of 7 levels, and it looked extremely majestic on the surface, able to accommodate thousands of people with ease. Dense runes were etched around the warship, forming a sealed protective barrier. Compared to the warship, the spirit vessel that Su Zimo and Lin Luo were on seemed extremely tiny and ordinary. Dozens of figures stood on the deck of the warship. Their leader was a young man. His white robes were spotless, and he wore them meticulously. His hair was neatly combed, and there was a sheathed sword hanging on his waist, making him look carefree and outstanding. On the warship, the young man was a grade 9 heaven immortal. The cultivation realms of the others on the deck were not high either. Most of them were at the earth immortal or heaven immortal realm. The aura of the warship was grand wherever it passed. However, it was nothing in the eyes of Su Zimo and Lin Luo. Lin Luo was the daughter of the human emperor and fairy Ling Long. At her whim, she could mobilize an army of cultivators that was much stronger than this warship. Su Zimo was from Heaven and Earth Academy, which was also a heaven-grade sect of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. If there were no perfected immortal experts on this warship, it would only be a black-grade sect or faction at most, and would not be worthy of their attention. It was clear that everyone on the warship noticed Su Zimo and Lin Luo as well. When the young man saw Lin Luo, his eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fist from afar and raised his voice. "Fellow Taoists, you must be heading to Langfeng City to take part in the Immortal Peach Banquet as well, right?" "Yes, we are." Su Zimo nodded slightly and replied casually. "The Immortal Peach Banquet this time round is in Langfeng City?" Lin Luo's eyes darted around with a crafty glint, seemingly plotting something. The young man smiled gently and continued. "I'm Lian Yu of Black Mirror Sect. Fellow Taoists, if you don't mind, why don't you board the ship for a chat? We can travel together." Su Zimo hesitated for a moment, and looked at Lin Luo beside him. At that moment, Lin Luo was deep in thought, and was a little distracted. The young man named Lian Yu added hurriedly, "The journey to Langfeng City will definitely not be smooth. Fellow Taoists, you're alone and will most likely be doomed if you encounter some Fiend bandits. It'll be much safer to travel with our Black Mirror sect." Su Zimo frowned. "Fiend bandits? What were Fiend bandits in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain?" "Right then," Lin Luo at the side laughed. "All right, thank you for your invitation, fellow Taoist Liang." Su Zimo did not know what Lin Luo was thinking, but he did not mind. He remained silent and headed towards the warship with Lin Luo. Lian Yu cast a dermic art, and the barrier around the warship swayed slightly, opening up a crack that was enough for Su Zimo and Lin Luo to pass through. Upon boarding the warship, Su Zimo sized up Lian Yu. The young man did not seem to have any ill intentions. However, his gaze swept past Lin Luo from time to time. "Fellow Taoists, how should I address you?" Lian Yu asked with a warm smile. Just as Su Zimo was about to speak, Lin Luo interrupted. "My name is Su Luo and he is Lin Zimo. We are Tao companions." Su Zimo's lips twitched, but he did not say anything. Although Lin Luo was not old, she was extremely cautious, as though she was wary and did not reveal her true name and background. Naturally, Su Zimo would not take the initiative to reveal them as well. At the mention of Tao companion, a look of disappointment flashed through Lian Yu's eyes. However, he returned to normal before long and asked, "If I'm not wrong, the two of you should be itinerant cultivators, right?" "Exactly." Lin Luo nodded. Lian Yu pondered for a moment. "If the two of you don't mind, why don't you join Black Mirror Sect? We are quite famous in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Can the two of us do it?" Lin Luo probed, seemingly in disbelief. "Of course." Lian Yu nodded hurriedly. "Although the Master is not around, as the eldest senior brother of Black Mirror Sect, I can take in disciples on behalf of the Master and accept the two of you first. Fellow Taoist Su, if you have any doubts about your cultivation in the future, just ask me." A strange feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. Although Lian Yu said fellow Taoist Su, he was looking at Lin Luo as he spoke. After all, in Lian Yu's knowledge, Lin Luo's name was Su Luo. Lin Luo seemed hesitant. Behind Lian Yu, another cultivator of Black Mirror sect said, "This is an opportunity of a lifetime for you to be able to be guided by our senior brother. You have to make good use of this chance. Our senior brother is the strongest expert of our Black Mirror sect. He'll definitely become famous at the Immortal Peach Banquet this time round and be ranked on the heaven ranking." Su Zimo frowned slightly. According to what this person said, Lian Yu was the #1 expert of Black Mirror sect. Didn't that mean the sect was way too weak? How could such a black grade sect be famous in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain? Or was Lian Yu just bragging? All right then. Lin Luo agreed with a smile. Thank you, senior brother Lian Yu. Chapter 2415 Broken Army Fiend Bandits. 2415 Broken Army Fiend Bandits. Lian Yu was secretly delighted when he saw Lin Luo agree. The first time he saw Lin Luo, he admired her. Although he was slightly disappointed when he heard that Lin Luo had a Dao companion, he could tell that the slender girl was clearly still a virgin. As long as he invited the two of them to join the sect, there would be many chances for them to interact in the future. In Lian Yu's opinion, be it in terms of cultivation, bearing, status or position, he was far superior to that seemingly frail green-robed scholar. There was still a long way to go. If he could be ranked on the heaven ranking and be famous at the Immortal Peach Banquet this time round, there was no way the young girl wouldn't be moved. Su Zimo knew that Lin Luo must have her own plans for doing this. He did not stop her and remained silent without any presence. In the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo was naturally much inferior compared to the suave Lian Yu. Lin Luo pretended to continue chatting with Lian Yu for a while before saying apologetically, "Senior brother Liang, I wonder if there's a place to rest. We're a little tired from the long journey." "Yes, yes." Lian Yu nodded hurriedly and brought Su Zimo and Lin Luo to a room. After Lian Yu left, Lin Luo released her spirit consciousness and scanned her surroundings. When she saw that there was no one around, she said to Su Zimo, "The two of us will definitely encounter many troubles on the way to Langfeng City. Joining Black Mirror sect for the time being can avoid many troubles and hide our identities." "Troubles?" Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked. "The Fiend Bandits that Liang Yu mentioned?" Lin Luo nodded. "The distribution of the factions in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain is different from the other immortal domains. Here, the Jade Firmament Palace is in the center and supported by the 5 cities and 12 towers to rule over the entire Jade Firmament Immortal domain. In the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms were on par. However, in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, there were no heaven-grade sects or immortal kingdoms. There was only a super-faction, the Jade Firmament Palace. The entire world belonged to the king, and the shores of the earth belonged to him." Lin Luo said. "The 5 cities, Langfeng, Xuanpu, Tianyong, Cheonghua and Jingzhou, attract all the perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain. All experts who can advance to the perfected immortal realm aim to be able to join the 5 immortal cities. Once cultivators enter the Grotto Heaven realm and become immortal kings, they will be qualified to join the 12 towers." Su Zimo nodded to himself. According to Lin Luo, the Jade Firmament Palace and the 12 towers controlled almost all the resources of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain. If one wanted to advance further, they had to join them. With that, there were no earth or heaven-grade factions in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain. Almost all the perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain were gathered under the 5 immortal cities. The upper limit of some sects established by heaven immortals was at most a black-grade sect like Black Mirror sect. Lin Luo continued, "Of course, the 5 immortal cities will also make use of the opportunity of the Immortal Peach Banquet to recruit some heaven immortals. However, those who can join the 5 immortal cities are almost all top-tier heaven immortals. Apart from the 5 immortal cities, most of the territories are in a chaotic state without any jurisdiction. There are many sects and there are naturally many bandits. It's said that many of them are from the Fiend domain and are known as Fiend Bandits. Su Zimo frowned and asked. Nobody from the 5 immortal cities bothers at all? According to Lin Luo, given the strength of the 5 immortal cities, any single immortal city was enough to sweep through all the Fiend bandits in the Jade Firmament immortal domain. Lin Luo shook his head. All these years, I've never heard of anyone from the 5 immortal cities standing out. I heard from my brother that this was done intentionally by the experts of the Jade Firmament Palace. They feel that true paragons can only be nurtured through continuous fighting. Su Zimo went deep into thought. Lin Luo continued. This immortal peach banquet is also a rare gathering in the Jade Firmament immortal domain. At the time, cultivators from all over the world will gather here and there will be various large-scale auction marketplaces. During this period of time, all the Fiend bandits will move one after another to stop cultivators who head to the 5 immortal cities. Once they succeed, they will obtain many treasures and resources. The two of them chatted for a while more before separating to cultivate and recuperate. As Lin Luo had said, Black Mirror Sect was indeed harassed by a few Fiend bandits along the way. However, they were resolved by Lian Yu and the others. For the past few days, Su Zimo had been in seclusion in his room, comprehending the cultivation techniques in the Pure Jade Manual. Time was short, and even with his talent, it was impossible for him to cultivate successfully. Even so, Su Zimo comprehended many profound meanings from this cultivation technique and gradually understood the power of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. The reason why the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual could be ranked as a taboo mystic classic was not only because every single Jade Manual was a world. The Pure Jade Manual was not merely a body-tempering technique. If he could cultivate the cultivation technique of the Pure Jade Manual successfully, Su Zimo's combat strength would definitely increase exponentially. Su Zimo was prepared to head to the teleportation formation after arriving at Langfeng City and returned to Heaven and Earth Academy to enter seclusion to cultivate this Pure Jade Manual wholeheartedly. 5 days later. Suddenly, the gigantic warship shuddered and swayed before coming to a slow stop. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he gripped Essence Spirit Stones with both hands, still absorbing Heaven and Earth Essence Chi to continue cultivating. Lin Luo was cultivating at the side as well and had no intention of getting up. Similar situations happened frequently these days. It was all because they were obstructed by Fiend bandits. With cultivators of Black Mirror Sect defending outside, they managed to pass through without any mishaps. Before long, Lian Yu suddenly barged in with a terrible expression and whispered, "Fellow Taoists, the Fiend bandits outside this time round are hostile. Be careful." Pausing for a moment, he looked at Lin Luo. "Fellow Taoist Su, follow behind me in a while. If the situation doesn't look good, I'll take you away." "Is it that serious?" Lin Luo frowned. Su Zimo stood up and tidied his clothes. "Let's go out and take a look." The three of them left the room and walked to the bow. Up ahead, there were more than 10 gigantic warships that hovered in midair, forming a semicircular encirclement that surrounded the warship of Black Mirror Sect. There were flags waving on the dozens of warships with 2 gigantic words written on them, "Broken Army." A dense crowd of figures stood on the warships. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them. All of them were fiendish and glared at Black Mirror Sect with a murderous aura. Be it in terms of cultivators or warships, their numbers were far superior to Black Mirror Sect. Boom! 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 At the bow of the warships, 100 Heaven Immortals joined forces and released divine powers and secret skills, attacking the protective barrier of Black Mirror Sect's warship continuously. The light of the barrier flickered, gradually dimming. It was only a matter of time before it was broken through. The warship swayed slightly as well, as though it could not withstand the impact. Lian Yu stood at the bow and faced the broken army Fiend bandits, declaring loudly, "Fellow Taoists, how many Essence Spirit Stones do you want? Why don't you name a number? Why are you attacking so aggressively?" "Ha ha!" A burst of laughter sounded from the warship in the lead. Immediately after, a burly man in a black cloak walked out. He had a beard and a ferocious gaze as he grinned at Lian Yu. "I want everything from the Black Mirror Sect, including your lives." You're just unlucky to bump into our broken army. Better luck next life. Ha ha! Many fiend bandits roared in laughter. Chapter 2416 Junior Brother Lin, you're welcome. 2416 Junior Brother Lin, you're welcome. Amidst the laughter of the fiend bandits, cracks appeared on the protective barrier of Black Mirror sex worship, and it could collapse at any moment. This is bad. Lian Yu's expression was terrible as he turned to Lin Luo and whispered. To think that the leader of the broken army fiend bandits would appear personally. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape today. Is he very powerful? Lin Luo glanced sideways and asked. Lian Yu revealed a bitter smile that was uglier than crying. The broken army has dominated the Jade Firmament Immortal domain for many years and is the most notorious group of fiend bandits. There are 9 bosses in the broken army and they are all peak grade 9 Heaven Immortal experts. The broken army first boss's combat strength is even more terrifying. He has killed countless people and is violent. It's said that he has the strength to be ranked in the Heaven ranking. Lin Luo looked at Lian Yu. Senior brother Liang, you're able to get on the Heaven ranking as well, right? Since both of you possess the strength to be on the Heaven ranking, the difference in combat strength between you guys shouldn't be much, right? Lian Yu's face flushed red as he coughed gently and stammered. My strength might be a little far from being worthy of the H Heaven ranking. On the other side, on the warship of the broken army fiend bandits. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Luo. Although she stood in the crowd of Black Mirror sect, her bearing and appearance were extraordinary. She was like a crane among chickens and would be spotted right away. Boss, that girl looks good. I'll capture her for you personally later. A man pandered to the bearded burly man with a smile. Yes. The bearded burly man nodded. Look at her tender skin. 7, you're clumsy. Be careful not to hurt her. Don't worry, boss. The 7th boss patted his chest. Where about the others? Another boss asked. The bearded burly man swept his gaze across the warship of Black Mirror sect and waved it off nonchalantly. The boss understood and pointed at Lin Luo from afar, shouting, Everyone, listen up! Apart from that woman, kill everyone else! Leave no one alive! Boom! Right then, the defensive barrier of Black Mirror sex worship dissipated. The fiend bandits on the warships shouted excitedly and charged over murderously with bloodshot eyes. When the cultivators of Black Mirror sex saw this lineup, they were in no mood to defend. The moment both parties collided, they fled in all directions, instantly defeated. The 6th and 7th bosses of the broken army charged towards Lian Yu and Lin Luo as well. Hurry and leave! I'll hold them back for the time being. Lian Yu shouted at Lin Luo and withdrew the sword on his waist. He summoned an ancient mirror and stopped the 2 bosses. Scram! The 2 bosses exerted strength at the same time and released their divine powers and secret skills. Lian Yu's expression changed starkly as he hurriedly released his methods to defend. However, Lian Yu was still slightly inferior in a 1 versus 2 situation. His sword was repelled on the spot and he retreated continuously, falling into danger instantly. Lin Luo beckoned slightly and the sword in Lian Yu's hands curved into a beautiful arc, landing in her hands. Since she was unwilling to expose her identity, she naturally would not summon her dermic treasure. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure barged into Lian Yu and the 2 bosses. It was graceful like a serpent wyrm as it wielded a long sword and attacked consecutively. Sword lights rippled continuously like the surface of a lake. After a series of clanging sounds, the sound of collision came to an abrupt stop. Lian Yu, Lin Luo and the 2 bosses froze in midair. The next moment, the gazes of the 2 bosses dimmed and their life forces decreased. A shocking blood scar appeared on their glabella. The 2 of them fell from midair, and their glabella was pierced by the sword beam. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they were already dead. The expression of the bearded burly man on the warship changed slightly as he focused his gaze. This girl was only a grade 7 Heaven Immortal. However, Her sword technique was sharp and unusually brilliant. In 3 breaths, she killed 2 broken army bosses in succession. The bearded burly man was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a terrifying sword technique. Lian Yu of Black Mirror Sect was stunned on the spot as well and looked at Lin Luo as though he had seen a ghost. 6th, 7th. What's going on? The remaining few bosses were shocked and shouted. Boss, we can't let that woman live. We have to kill her and take revenge for our brothers. The 3rd boss grit his teeth in hatred. 3rd, watch out! Someone warned loudly. A sword beam appeared and flashed beside the 3rd boss, as though it had never appeared. The next moment, the 3rd boss's entire head fell off his neck neatly and his consciousness was shattered by the sword chi, dying on the spot. Before the group of bosses could join forces, Lin Luo had already closed in with her sword. Although she was a grade 7 heaven immortal, she was the daughter of the human emperor, and Fairy Ling Long after all. She was extremely talented and had powerful combat strength. In fact, she could even kill grade 9 heaven immortals that were 2 minor realms above her. A few Fiend bandits charged forward, wanting to stop Lin Luo but were slashed down by her sword. Lin Luo charged onto the warship as though she did not know it was the enemy's territory. Jade Junior Brother Lin? What's going on? Why is Junior Sister Su? Lian Yu looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and asked with a trembling voice. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. At that moment, 6 Fiend bandits charged towards Su Zimo as well. Although they were not grade 9 heaven immortals, their cultivation realms were above Su Zimo. Lian Yu was about to step in to help. However, on second thought, he paused and did nothing. To begin with, he viewed Su Zimo as a love rival. If Su Zimo were to die in the hands of the Fiend bandits, it would suit his liking and he would not be to blame. Junior Brother Lin, watch out! At that thought, Lian Yu pretended to remind out of goodwill, but he did not move at all. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Bang! 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 Poof! 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 The 6 Fiend bandits had just arrived before Su Zimo, but he had already attacked before they could release their weapons, divine powers or secret skills. The moment the seemingly frail scholar attacked, he struck the 6 Fiend bandits with a thunderous might. After a series of bedazzling attacks, the 6 Fiend bandits died on the spot. Some of their bodies were shattered. Some of their heads were crushed. Some of them were smashed into blood mists without corpses left. Lian Yu's mouth was agape and his eyes widened in shock. Even he would have to spend some effort to deal with the encirclement of the 6 Fiend bandits. However, this frail scholar merely took less than a breath. In melee combat, if even a prince and princess could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks, what could the 6 Fiend bandits do? Right then, Su Zimo arrived beside Lian Yu and extended his palm slowly. Psst! Looking at that fair and weak palm, Lian Yu felt an unprecedented pressure, as though he was suffocating. His body stiffened and he could not move at all. He wanted to explain himself, but for some reason, he could not even speak. He could only hear his own violent heartbeat. The palm descended gently. Although there was no shocking divine power or fatal killing intent, Lian Yu felt as though he had just walked through the gates of hell. Su Zimo patted Lian Yu on the shoulder and said with a fake smile, "Thank you for your reminder earlier on, Senior Brother Liang. Jade Junior Brother Lin, you're welcome." Lian Yu's face was pale and he could not control his voice as it trembled continuously. Before Lian Yu could reply, Su Zimo had already turned to leave. Chapter 2417 Blame. 2417 Blame. Lin Luo charged into the crowd with a cold sword beam and swerved left and right. Relying on a mysterious footwork, although there were many people in the broken army Fiend bandits, they could not hurt her at all. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the 9 bosses were killed by her, leaving only 3 bosses with ugly expressions and thoughts of retreating. Lin Luo did not attack blindly and start a massacre. Instead, she targeted the 9 bosses of the Broken Army specifically. Although the Broken Army Fiend Bandits did not suffer much damage as a whole after the battle broke out, the 9 bosses were scared out of their wits by the killing. The bearded burly man had just noticed the commotion on Suzumo's side. When he saw Suzumo walking over as well, a decisive look flashed through his eyes as he ordered in a deep voice, "Retreat!" Before his sentence was finished, the other 2 bosses turned and fled. The remaining Broken Army Fiend Bandits had the advantage in numbers. However, when they saw the 3 bosses flee far away, they naturally did not dare to linger and dispersed. Lin Luo wielded her sword and smiled as she looked at the fleeing Fiend Bandits without any intention of chasing after them. It was unsuitable for her to create unnecessary trouble for this trip to Langfeng City. Lin Luo returned to the warship of Black Mirror Sect and handed the sword in her hands back to Liang Yu, who was stunned on the spot. She smiled and said, "Senior brother Liang, thank you for your dermic treasure. It's truly sharp." Instinctively, Liang Yu reached out and wanted to receive the sword. However, he seemed to have thought of something and his arm trembled before retracting. He smiled embarrassedly. "Jade Junior Sister Su, if you like this sword, please accept it." Lin Luo smiled and handed the sword to Liang Yu. Turning around, she walked towards Suzumo and said, "Senior brothers, I'll have to trouble you guys to clean up the battlefield." "It's only right," Liang Yu said hurriedly. "I'll tidy up everything on the battlefield in a while and send them to your room, Junior Sister Su." Lin Luo returned to her room with Suzumo and pondered for a moment. "These Broken Army Fiend Bandits don't seem like they're from the Fiend domain." "Yes." Suzumo nodded as well. "Although their methods are violent, their cultivation techniques and secret skills are similar to Immortal sections," Lin Luo said. "Let's ignore it. We'll arrive at Langfeng City in a few days. At that time, we'll activate the teleportation formation and leave." Pausing for a moment, she sighed gently with a hint of worry on her face. "Initially, I had plans to hide my identity and take part in the Immortal Peach Banquet to obtain a good ranking in the Heaven ranking. If I can enter the top 10 of the Heaven ranking, the rewards will definitely be amazing. In fact, I might even get the chance to taste the immortal peaches that bloom and bear fruit once every 100,000 years." Suzumo asked. "So, why did you give up on that plan?" "Father's injuries have yet to recover. It's better for me to take the 9 orifices reversion pill and Soraka fruit back as soon as possible." Suzumo nodded with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The 2 of them continued cultivating in seclusion in their rooms. The interception of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits was just a small interlude for them, and neither of them took it to heart. After that incident, no one from Black Mirror Sect dared to disturb them. Even Liang Yu, who was initially solicitous, did not dare to pester Lin Luo anymore. A few days later, everyone arrived at Langfeng City. Standing on the warship and looking at the Immortal City from afar, one could only see the city wall turn into a black line that extended to both sides on the horizon. There was no end in sight, and one could imagine how massive the Immortal City was. According to Lin Luo, this Immortal City could be considered as one of the largest factions of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, and all the perfected immortals in the world were gathered here. Indeed, an immortal city as such should possess such grandeur. In terms of the number of perfected immortal experts, Langfeng City far surpassed heaven-grade sects and factions such as Heaven and Earth Academy, and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. For example, Heaven Immortal experts were nothing in Langfeng City. Furthermore, the paragons and experts of the other 4 immortal cities would be gathered at the Immortal Peach Banquet that was held once every 100,000 years. The group from Black Mirror Sect was way too ordinary in Langfeng City, and it was difficult for others to notice them. However, they were still targeted the moment they entered Langfeng City. This was the first time that everyone from Black Mirror Sect had come to Langfeng City. When they saw the novel sights in the city, the crowd and the lively and spacious streets, they were extremely curious. There were countless unique treasures in the stalls on both sides, and everyone was dazzled. Suzumo and Lin Luo were the only ones with calm expressions, as though they were not concerned about everything. Lin Luo came from a noble background and her parents ruled over an immortal kingdom. She was no stranger to the surroundings and was naturally not interested. However, Su Zimo was thinking about something else. He had already realized that his group was being targeted. Although his cultivation realm was not high, his spirit perception was strong and he could still capture the faint hostility lurking in the surroundings in this crowded street. However, Su Zimo could not determine their identities. Logically speaking, he and Lin Luo had just arrived at the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain and had just entered Langfeng City. They did not know anyone at all and there was no reason for them to attract strong foes. Could it be that the enemies were not here for them, but Black Mirror Sect instead? We're being followed. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness to remind Lin Luo. Lin Luo was slightly stunned. People came and went in Langfeng City and spirit consciousnesses were chaotic and intertwined. Even if they released their spirit consciousnesses, it would be difficult to detect anything. Therefore, she did not notice it at all. It was only when Su Zimo reminded her that she gradually became nervous with a grim expression. Right then, not far ahead, an armored squad of immortal soldiers walked towards the group from Black Mirror Sect with huge strides and an aggressive aura. It was clear that they were hostile. Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and frowned. The immortal soldiers were all grade 9 heaven immortals and they exuded a steely killing intent. They were clearly much more troublesome to deal with than the broken army Fiend bandits they had encountered previously. It's the Imperial Army Guards of Langfeng City. Isn't that Assistant General Kong Han? What happened to alarm the Imperial Army? These people are going to suffer. I heard that Kong Han is cruel. Anyone who falls into his hands will suffer a fate worse than death. Make way, make way! A few immortal soldiers shouted and the surrounding cultivators avoided them with wary expressions. Swoosh! 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 Right then, figures appeared one after another from the buildings, corners and alleys on both sides of the streets. Expressionlessly, they wielded gigantic ballistae that shone with spirit light and were loaded with arrows, all aimed at Su Zimo and the others. The expressions of everyone from Black Mirror Sect changed and they felt chills run down their spines. Even Su Zimo felt a sense of danger. The arrows that shone with spirit light were clearly specially crafted dermic treasures. Any single ballistae arrow was not weaker than a supreme divine power. What's going on? Lian Yu stood out hurriedly and forced a smile at the surrounding immortal soldiers. Exalted immortals, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? The man in the lead sneered and his gaze lingered on Su Zimo and Lin Luo for a moment with a killing intent in his eyes. The person was skinny with triangular eyes and an aquiline nose. His name was Kong Han, and he was an assistant general of Langfeng City. Kong Han said sternly, I suspect that you guys are Fiend bandits impersonating as cultivators attending the Immortal Peach Banquet to kill wantonly. It's an unforgivable crime. His words caused an uproar. Chapter 2418 Decisive to Kill. 2418 Decisive to Kill. Most of the cultivators that arrived at the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain had experience fighting against Fiend bandits, and naturally hated them. Upon hearing Kong Han's words, countless hateful gazes gathered on everyone from Black Mirror Sect. Kill them! How dare you come to Langfeng City even after doing that? How arrogant! We have to behead this group of Fiend bandits in public as a warning to others. Half of our Beast Heart gang was killed by these Fiend bandits. We have to make them pay with blood. Many cultivators scolded angrily, wanting nothing more than to tear everyone from Black Mirror Sect apart. No, it's a misunderstanding. We're cultivators of Black Mirror Sect, not Fiend bandits. Lian Yu's face was pale as he tried his best to explain. More and more cultivators gathered and a crowd surged. The cultivators who arrived later did not know what happened at all. They merely heard the cultivators at the front mention that Fiend bandits had infiltrated Langfeng City and were captured before they started cursing with everyone else. The crowd was worked up and their voices rumbled. against that massive commotion, the voices of the Black Mirror sect cultivators defending were almost negligible, and were drowned in the blink of an eye without anyone paying attention. The ubiquitous pressure surged around them like a tsunami, threatening to engulf everyone from Black Mirror sect at any moment. At that moment, there was no need for Kong Han and the others to attack. As long as they retreated, the surrounding cultivators would be able to tear everyone from Black Mirror sect into pieces. A cold smile hung on Kong Han's lips as he looked at the frightened group of Black Mirror sect cultivators and the surrounding cultivators who were shouting. He was extremely smug. The feeling of being in control of everything gave him a sense of accomplishment. Kong Han's gaze landed on the green-robed scholar and girl from Black Mirror sect, and he could not help but frown. Unlike the other Black Mirror sect cultivators, the green-robed scholar had a calm expression. He seemed unusually composed towards the shouts and pressure around him. Even the young girl did not look panicked or fearful. Kong Han's expression darkened. This gave him an imperceptible sense of defeat. He had long known that this man and woman were the strongest in combat in Black Mirror sect. However, this was Langfeng City. No matter how strong the couple was, they were nothing but fish on a chopping board in his territory. As long as he wanted to, he could kill them at will. Right then, Kong Han realized that there was a hint of mockery in the eyes of the green-robed scholar who was looking at him. Kong Han was instantly agitated by that gaze and was enraged. He was about to give the order to kill everyone from Black Mirror sect. The moment he spoke, the green-robed scholar on the other end spoke as well. Roar! An incomparably shocking dragon roar burst forth and reverberated through the world. It was so loud that it could penetrate metal and crack rocks with endless might. Under the envelopment of the roar, the surrounding voices were suppressed instantly. It was as though that voice was the only thing in the world. Against that dragon roar, all the cultivators felt a sense of insignificance from the depths of their hearts. Some cultivators even felt an uncontrollable fear and indescribable inferiority. Thud! Thud! The immortal soldiers on the surrounding buildings and roofs had pained expressions. The ballistae in their hands fell and they fell as well. Countless cultivators felt their ears buzz and their minds went blank. They had long forgotten where they were and their gazes were dull. A dragon roar sounded and the world went silent. Su Zimo suppressed the entire long street single-handedly. Kong Han, who was closest to Su Zimo, suffered the greatest impact. He felt a sharp pain in his ears and his blood chi reversed. With a dull grunt, his vision darkened and he almost fainted on the spot. We're not Fiend bandits. What's your motive for slandering us like this? Su Zimo asked slowly in an indifferent tone. I slandered? Kong Han had yet to recover as he grit his teeth. Look at who I am! Who would someone like me slander you? Attack and kill them! Initially, he wanted to bring everyone from Black Mirror sect to the dungeon to torture them. Right now, his killing intent was intensified and he couldn't care less. He only wanted to kill the group of people before him. Everyone from Black Mirror sect had ashen expressions. Lian Yu had a look of despair as well, as though he had lost his parents. In their eyes, the Imperial Army of Langfeng City was an unstoppable existence. We're truly not Fiend bandits. Please investigate properly, Assistant General Kong. Lian Yu was still hoping that this was a misunderstanding and wanted to explain himself. In his opinion, there might be a chance of survival if he could explain things clearly. However, if he actually attacked the Imperial Army, he would be truly heinous and would definitely die. The surrounding immortal soldiers summoned their dermic treasures once more and condensed their divine powers and secret skills. Lin Luo frowned slightly and sighed internally in distress. Initially, she wanted to hide her identity as much as possible. But now, if a conflict broke out, the two of them might not be able to leave this place safely, let alone hide their identities. This was Langfeng City after all. Although there were no Immortal King experts holding down, there were many perfected Immortal experts in the city. She and Su Zimo would not be able to defend against any one of them. Just as Lin Luo was hesitating, Su Zimo was decisive to kill. In a flash, he arrived before Kong Han. How dare you! Kong Han had just snapped out of his stupor from the dragon roar when his vision blurred. The green-robed scholar had already arrived before him. He had not expected that the green-robed scholar would dare to attack despite being surrounded by so many people. More than that, he had not expected that someone would dare to attack him in Langfeng City. He only had time to say 3 words before he felt a tremendous impact on his chest and his armor creaked. Immediately after, in front of everyone, his figure was sent flying by Su Zimo. Turning into a black shadow, he smashed into the crowd and rolled dozens of feet away. Kong Han spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Although his armor blocked most of the impact, his body was still severely injured and his blood chi was dispersed. His bones seemed to have fallen apart, and he was weak. Kong Han fell into the crowd, creating an empty passage. At the end of the empty passage, a bearded burly man was stunned and could not react for a moment as he looked at everything before him. This is bad! By the time he realized that something was amiss, green robes flashed, and Su Zimo appeared before him in a strange manner. Teleportation! The bearded burly man's reaction was extremely fast, and he wanted to release his teleportation technique to leave this place. However, Su Zimo's attacks were even faster. His massive spirit consciousness condensed, and released an essence spirit secret skill. A thunder whip appeared and whipped the bearded burly man. All right. The bearded burly man grunted. His cultivation was at the grade 9 heaven immortal realm. Although he was impacted by the essence spirit secret skill, he condensed his essence spirit secret skill in time to defend and was not severely injured. However, the defense of the essence spirit secret skill caused his divine powers to dissipate, and his teleportation to be interrupted. He remained on the spot and did not leave. Because of that, the bearded burly man lost his final chance to leave. Chapter 2419 Breaking Out of the Situation. 2419 Breaking Out of the Situation. In melee combat, even grade 9 heaven immortals could not defend against the power of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo seemed to have transformed into an anaconda as he coiled around the bearded burly man's body. Exerting strength in his body, he twisted. The bearded burly man's eyes widened and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from within his body. Poof! Immediately after, his body was completely contorted and spewed out a blood mist. His organs were shattered and his blood chi deteriorated. An essence spirit escaped from the top of his head with a panicked expression. For heaven immortals, it was nothing much to abandon their bodies. As long as their essence blood existed, they could use blood rebirth to reconstruct their bodies before long. However, Su Zimo had long expected the bearded burly man's reaction. As he minced the ladder, he extended his palm that contained countless sword chi, forming a cage. The moment the bearded burly man's essence spirit escaped, it was trapped in Su Zimo's sword chi cage. Sword chi buzzed with a chilling intent. As long as Su Zimo willed it, the bearded burly man's essence spirit would be destroyed and he would die. The crowd dispersed hurriedly with shocked expressions. Nobody expected that this green-robed scholar would dare to openly go against the Imperial Army in Langfeng City. Less than that, no one expected that Kong Han, a grade 9 heaven immortal assistant general of the Imperial Army, would be repelled and injured by Su Zimo right away. What puzzled everyone was why a random bystander in the crowd was suddenly suppressed by Su Zimo. Even his essence spirit was captured and his life was hanging by a thread. What's going on? This lad is truly audacious to dare to resist. That person seems to be a grade 9 heaven immortal as well. How did he get beaten up so badly by this grade 5 heaven immortal in the blink of an eye? The person suppressed by that green-robed scholar looks familiar. The surroundings were noisy and chaotic. Everyone, don't move! Su Zimo restrained the essence spirit of the bearded burly man and surveyed his surroundings, saying slowly, "The person in my hands is the true Fiend Bandit. Furthermore, he's the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits." The surrounding commotion quietened down significantly before erupting once more. He really looks like the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits. Why are the Broken Army Fiend Bandits here in Langfeng City? Many cultivators discussed fervently. Their previous hatred towards everyone from Black Mirror's sect had also faded significantly due to the sudden change. Humph! Kong Han sneered with a dark expression. So what if he's from the Broken Army Fiend Bandits? How can we prove that you're not one of them as well? That's right! Another cultivator shouted. Fiend Bandits are vicious and sinister. How can you guys do something like killing one another to protect your lives? Foo-foo. Su Zimo laughed with a relaxed expression. He was puzzled when Kong Han and the others appeared and stopped them. He and Lin Luo had only arrived at the Jade Firmament Immortal domain for a few days. Along the way, they did not interact with anyone at all, let alone offend the Imperial Army in Langfeng City. If the two of them had any grudges with anyone in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, it would probably be with the Fiend Bandits they encountered along the way. Earlier on, Su Zimo's spirit perception caught a strong sense of hostility in the crowd. He released his spirit consciousness secretly and locked onto the person right away, realizing that it was the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits. The fact that this person appeared in Langfeng City the same time Kong Han led the Imperial Army to stop them was way too coincidental. Su Zimo quickly thought of a possibility. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to suppress the bearded burly man and seize the initiative. Su Zimo said indifferently. This matter is simple. As long as I use the soul-searching art on him, the truth will be revealed. The group from Black Mirror sect had a huge conflict with the Breaking Army Fiend Bandits previously. As long as that memory was displayed, it was enough to prove the identity of Su Zimo and the others. However, Kong Han's expression changed. If the memories of the bearded burly man were to be revealed, the matter of the Imperial Army colluding with bandits in the Immortal City would be exposed as well. It would have an extremely negative impact on Langfeng City and even the 5 cities, 12 towers and the Jade Firmament Palace. Kong Han's killing intent rose instantly as he grit his teeth with a ferocious gaze. Everyone, listen up! Black Mirror sect and the Fiend Bandits joined forces to infiltrate Langfeng City with evil intentions. They even dared to openly go against the Imperial Army of the Immortal City. Their crimes are unforgivable and will kill them without mercy. His military order was not only to kill Su Zimo and the others, but also to silence the bearded burly man. When Su Zimo saw Kong Han's reaction, he knew that he was not wrong. The Broken Army Fiend Bandits were indeed colluding with the Imperial Army in Langfeng City. Incinerating Firmament Boiling Sea. Firmament Slash. Steel Cavalry. One after another, supreme divine powers burst forth from the long street and many dermic treasures streaked. Sword chi spread and the battle was ignited instantly. Su Zimo was able to injure Kong Han in melee combat in part due to the surprise factor. In reality, his cultivation had just advanced to become a grade 5 Heaven Immortal. If it was a head-on clash of divine powers, he would not be able to defend against the combined attacks of so many grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Furthermore, this was Langfeng City. If he were to start a massacre here, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be extremely difficult for him and Lin Luo to leave again. Su Zimo released ethereal wings, zephyr thunder wings, heavenly feet and many other movement techniques and secret skills. At the same time, he released his innate divine powers and spread his rock wings. Behind him, 3 pairs of gigantic wings spread open. In a flash, he transformed into a golden streak of light and left the battlefield instantly. The number of Imperial Army soldiers gathered increased, and their attacks intensified. Although Su Zimo could dominate the battlefield with his incredible speed, there was no way he could be completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, his body suffered the impact of a few divine powers and dermic treasures. Thankfully, he had the Green Lotus True Body and his powerful regeneration capabilities healed his wounds wildly. Everyone from Black Mirror sect, including Lian Yu, did not dare to move on the long street. They kept mum out of fear and did not dare to attack the Imperial Army of Langfeng City. Kong Han merely glared at everyone from Black Mirror sect coldly in disdain and ignored them. In his opinion, these people were merely ants that could be crushed at any moment. Right now, the most important thing was to get rid of that troublesome green-robed scholar. However, Kong Han neglected someone. Su Zimo attracted almost all the attacks of the Imperial Army in Langfeng City. Even Kong Han had forgotten that there was a young girl standing beside Su Zimo. Kong Han glared at Su Zimo, who was in midair. Just as he was about to attack again, he felt a strong sense of danger. This is bad. Kong Han's heart sank. Just as he was about to escape, he felt a chill run down his spine. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain behind his head. You had better not move! A cold and emotionless voice sounded in his ears. Lin Luo stood behind Kong Han with a long sword in her hands. The tip of the sword was at the back of Kong Han's head, and she could pierce the latter's head with a little force. The essence spirit would not even have a chance to escape. Although Su Zimo and Lin Luo did not discuss it, they had an unusual chemistry. Su Zimo attacked and suppressed the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits. As for Lin Luo, she suppressed Kong Han right away. If the two of them landed in their hands, they would be able to break through the current situation and survive. Chapter 24 20 Heaven Immortal by You. 24:20 Heaven Immortal by You. Kong Han had no choice under Lin Luo's sword. When the other immortal soldiers saw that, they stopped one after another with hesitant expressions. You dare to kill me in Langfeng City? Kong Han said coldly without turning back. Although he was restrained by Lin Luo, his tone was still extremely unyielding and threatening. You can try me. Lin Luo did not argue with him, and merely replied casually. At the same time, she extended the sword in her hands slightly. The sharp tip of the sword pierced the back of Kong Han's head instantly, and blood seeped out slowly. Kong Han's heart skipped a beat, and he became obedient immediately, remaining silent. Su Zimo looked at Kong Han and raised his voice. Assistant General Kong here was so nervous that he even wanted to kill the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits to silence the latter. What are you worried about? Silence? I don't understand. Kong Han said coldly. My duty is to guard Langfeng City. Naturally, I have to get rid of all the Fiend Bandits that infiltrated the city. Is that so? Su Zimo chuckled and mocked. Assistant General Kong, you're so powerful. Why didn't you discover this person previously until I captured him from the crowd? Don't tell me you have some shameful collusions with this first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits? Kong Han's expression was terrible and he remained silent. After that battle, the surrounding cultivators gradually calmed down. Anyone who was slightly smarter could tell that something was amiss. However, this matter was way too terrifying and had already exceeded the imagination of many cultivators. Fiend Bandits of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain colluding with an assistant general of Langfeng City? Was this done by Kong Han alone, or were there other cultivators involved and the 5 cities and 12 towers were in silent approval of it? If that was true, was it something that happened recently or was ongoing for a long time? If one thought about it carefully, they would feel a chilling intent. Right then, a shout sounded from afar. Immediately after, a white light arrived before them in the blink of an eye, revealing his figure. It was a young man in white feathered robes that shone with a mysterious glow. He had a haughty expression and a powerful aura. Heaven Immortal by You! So, he's Heaven Immortal by You. Legend has it that he's the #1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City. That's not all. The combat strength of Heaven Immortal by You is definitely ranked in the top 3 of the Heaven ranking. He even has a chance of fighting for the #1 spot of the Immortal Peach Banquet this time round. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd and many cultivators looked at the man with awe and admiration. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Although Heaven Immortal by You and Kong Han were both grade 9 Heaven Immortals and had the same cultivation realm, the pressure the former gave Su Zimo was clearly much stronger. In the Pure Jade Manual, the reason why he could fight against the prince and princess, and even gain the upper hand was partly because of the restrictions of the Jade Pure Palace. Also, Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian were only grade 7 Heaven Immortals and could not be considered as top Heaven Immortal experts. If this Heaven Immortal, who was known as the number 1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City, could still be ranked in the top 3 of the Heaven ranking, he would be much more troublesome to deal with than Ying Tian and Lang Qianqian, who were grade 7 Heaven Immortals. It could be said that Heaven Immortal Baiyu was the paragon and monster incarnate of the grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 5 Heaven Immortal. There was a difference of 4 minor realms between them, and the difference in strength was huge and difficult to make up for. So, it's just 2 nobodies. Heaven Immortal Baiyu could not help but sneer when he saw Su Zimo and Lin Luo's cultivation realms. The 2 of you really think that Langfeng City is weak? How dare a grade 5 Heaven Immortal and a grade 6 Heaven Immortal behave so atrociously in the city? Die! Heaven Immortal Baiyu did not give Su Zimo a chance to speak and attacked right away. Shoo! 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 He and feathers fell off his white feathered robe one after another, turning into thousands of white beams that enveloped Su Zimo. The speed of the white feathers was extremely fast and covered the skies with a bedazzling light. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Heaven Immortal Baiyu did not show any mercy at all. He's going to kill that green-robed scholar instantly. I heard that this is one of the secret skills of Heaven Immortal Baiyu. Any single white feather is comparable to a top-tier dermic treasure, let alone thousands of white feathers released at the same time. After the secret skill, that green-robed scholar won't even have bones left. Just as everyone was discussing, 6 gigantic white elephant tusks suddenly grew behind Su Zimo, emitting a mysterious power. Su Zimo's aura surged as well. Immediately after, Su Zimo closed 2 fingers and conjured his finger sword, slashing forward gently. Chi! 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 Beams of sword chi spewed out in a vast expanse of white. The temperature in the world dipped with a chilling, killing intent. Countless stars appeared in the skies above Langfeng City and moved continuously with chaotic trajectories. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Thousands of heaven's slaying sword chi burst forth with a massive might and collided against the immortal light of the incoming white feathers, letting out tinkling sounds as sparks flew. What a powerful sword art! Such a ferocious killing intent is unprecedented. Could it be the legendary heaven's slaying sword art? The moment that sentence was said, the crowd fell into a momentary silence before an even louder commotion broke out. That's right. Only the heaven's slaying sword art can possess such might. What's the background of this person? To think that he wields the heaven's slaying sword art. He's only a grade 5 Heaven Immortal, but he's able to defend against Heaven Immortal Baiyu. In midair. When Su Zimo released the 6-tusk divine strength, the essence chi and strength in his body increased exponentially, and had even reached the level of a grade 6 Heaven Immortal. The essence chi of the Green Lotus true body was rich and pure, and it was not a problem for him to fight across 2 cultivation realms. However, there was still a difference in strength between him and Heaven Immortal Baiyu. Thankfully, he had a powerful secret skill like the Heaven's Slaying Sword chi to make up for the difference, and managed to defend against Heaven Immortal Baiyu's attack. Heaven's Slaying Sword art? When Heaven Immortal Baiyu saw that Su Zimo was safe and sound, he was not enraged. Instead, his eyes lit up as he shouted, "The Heaven's Slaying Sword art is truly a pearl covered in dust in your hands. How can a grade 5 Heaven Immortal be worthy of such a sword art?" Heaven Immortal Baiyu was delighted. In his eyes, Su Zimo was an opportunity that came knocking on his door. As long as he killed Su Zimo and obtained the Heaven's Slaying Sword art, he could seize the opportunity to cultivate it. At the Immortal Peach Banquet, he would definitely be able to sweep through everyone of the same cultivation realm and obtain the top of the Heaven ranking. Die! Heaven Immortal Baiyu attacked excitedly once more. This time round, his attacks were even more ferocious. Divine powers, secret skills, immortal arts and dermic treasures poured out like a storm. When Lin Luo saw that, she was a little anxious. Gripping her sword tightly, she threatened Kong Han. Hurry and give the order for him to stop or I'll kill you! Hee hee! Kong Han gave a strange laugh. Little girl, Heaven Immortal by you is the #1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City. I'm only an assistant general. How am I qualified to order him around? If you're worried about your Dao companion, let me go. If you join forces with him, you might have a chance to deal with Heaven Immortal by you. Shut up! Lin Luo hollered softly. Suppressing Kong Han was equivalent to suppressing the Imperial Army in the surroundings. There was no way Lin Luo would let this person off so easily. However, on the other side, Su Zimo seemed to be unable to hold on against Bai Yu's attacks, and the situation was bad. Chapter 24-21 Disappearance of Magnificence. 24-21 Disappearance of Magnificence. On the battlefield, Su Zimo was completely overwhelmed, as though he could be suppressed at any moment. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Up till this point of the battle, he was disadvantaged and had been defending almost the entire time. It was not because he did not have any trump cards to counterattack. If he was alone, he would naturally have no qualms about advancing or retreating. But now, he had Lin Luo by his side. He did not want to cause too much trouble and implicate Lin Luo, causing the two of them to be trapped here. Initially, they were on the side of reason in this conflict. If he were to start a massacre in Langfeng City, it would be difficult to explain things clearly. This was the Jade Firmament Immortal domain. He and Lin Luo were in a foreign land and could not act rashly without considering the consequences. There were many perfected immortals presiding over Langfeng City. Any single one of them would cause unpredictable consequences. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo glared at Heaven Immortal Bai Yu, who was still attacking him, and said in a deep voice, Bai Yu, the essence spirit of the Breaking Army's first boss is in my hands. As long as I search his soul, the truth will naturally be revealed. Humph! Heaven Immortal Bai Yu sneered. I don't care about the truth. The two of you bastards deserve to die for openly going against the Imperial Army in Langfeng City. Heaven Immortal Bai Yu had no intention of stopping his attacks and continued spouting filthy words. Su Zimo's expression was dark. From the beginning of the conflict till now, although he and Lin Luo attacked, they restrained themselves and tried their best to take into account the big picture. Although Su Zimo injured Kong Han, it was clear that he held back and did not take advantage of the situation to chase after him. Lin Luo merely restrained Kong Han as well, and none of the surrounding Imperial Army soldiers died. But now, Heaven Immortal Bai Yu's aggressiveness made Su Zimo increasingly impatient. Don't push your luck! Ha ha! Su Zimo's words caused a series of laughter in the surrounding crowd. Did I hear wrongly? This Grade 5 Heaven Immortal is actually threatening Heaven Immortal Bai Yu? He lost his mind after being forced into a corner. That's why he's spouting nonsense. The initially tense atmosphere relaxed significantly after the mockery of his words began. Kong Han, who was under Lin Luo's sword, sneered as well and pouted. Not only is your Dao companion bold, he's also arrogant. He truly doesn't know when he's at death's door. Mind your own business first. The sword in Lin Luo's hand vibrated as she hollered. On the battlefield. When Heaven Immortal Bai Yu heard Su Zimo's threat, he burst into laughter. Bastard, so what if I want to push my luck? What can you do to me? Su Zimo's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and channeled his spirit consciousness wildly. He conjured divine powers with both hands and pointed at Heaven Immortal Bai Yu. Fleeting moment! Su Zimo spat out 2 words gently. An incredible divine power descended instantly and struck Heaven Immortal Bai Yu. Heaven Immortal Bai Yu frowned with a grim expression. Time divine power? Be it in terms of talent, combat strength or knowledge, the #1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City naturally surpassed others. After Su Zimo's supreme divine power was released, Heaven Immortal Bai Yu could sense the power contained in fleeting moment. He did not dare to be careless. All-time divine powers were extremely powerful and could not be underestimated. Feather Immortal Ascension! Heaven Immortal Bayou made a prompt decision, and released his trump card as well. White feathers fell off from his body one after another, and transformed into streams of immortal chi that gathered and circled around him, as though they wanted to carry him to ascend in daylight. Normally speaking, Fleeting Moment was only a supreme divine power. Most supreme divine powers, including Feather Immortal Ascension, were enough to defend against and neutralize the power of time within. However, just as Fleeting Moment and Feather Immortal Ascension were clashing, a strange drumbeat sounded beside Heaven Immortal Bayou's ears. The sound of the drum was not shocking or loud. Instead, it seemed long and drawn out. In fact, it even had a hint of twilight and lifelessness. This is... Heaven Immortal Bayou was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, he felt his lifespan decrease rapidly at an unimaginable speed. There was only endless fear in Heaven Immortal Bayou's eyes. Boom! 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 Heaven Immortal Bayou released another supreme divine power followed by a secret skill. He tore apart a talisman and unleashed a sound domain secret skill as well. In that instant, Heaven Immortal Bayou released almost all his trump cards. The surrounding cultivators were stunned as they looked at Heaven Immortal Bayou. He stood on the spot and released many trump cards, as though he had gone mad from experiencing a great shock. But soon, the gazes of many cultivators changed. In midair, Heaven Immortal Bayou panted heavily. The fear in his eyes and the panic on his face did not dissipate. The power of the supreme divine power finally dissipated. The mysterious and distant drumbeat vanished completely as well. The crisis was resolved? Heaven Immortal Bayou felt a sense of joy from escaping death. He could guarantee that if he had reacted slower earlier on, he might have been a corpse by now. What a terrifying divine power! He had to release so many trump cards to negate it. Heaven Immortal Bayou's heart turned cold as he raised his head instinctively and looked towards Suzumo. Strangely, the green-robed scholar did not continue attacking him. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently as well. Fufu. Heaven Immortal Bayou forced a smile. That was your final trump card, right? Unfortunately, I managed to defend against it. If that's all you've got, you'll die next. Heaven Immortal Bayou perked up once more and said murderously. Even so, he felt that something was not right with his body. Suzumo was still motionless with a mocking look in his eyes. Heaven Immortal Bayou's heart sank. Suddenly, he realized that his surroundings were unusually quiet, as though everyone had gone silent. He looked over instinctively. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were looking at him with strange gazes, seemingly in pity? Fear? Heaven Immortal Bayou took a deep breath and suddenly realized that his blood chi was much weaker than before. Initially, he thought that he had expended too much energy in the battle earlier on. But now, something seemed to be amiss. A gentle breeze blew and a strand of long hair on Heaven Immortal Bayou's forehead brushed past his eyes gently. It was a strand of grayish-white hair. Heaven Immortal Bayou looked at his hands. The skin on his palm was no longer fair and smooth. Instead, it looked rough and dark, filled with dense old wrinkles. My lifespan. Heaven Immortal Bayou murmured softly with widened eyes. He was originally 150,000 years old, and was at his peak for a Heaven Immortal with a lifespan of 300,000 years. But now, he only had 20,000 years to live. Instantly, his magnificence had disappeared. Right now, the person standing in midair was no longer the number one Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City, but an old man in his twilight years. Chapter 2422 Identity 2422 Identity. The long street was silent as everyone looked at Heaven Immortal Bayou with pity. Earlier on, the grade 9 Heaven Immortal before them was still the domineering and insufferably arrogant number one Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already become an old man in his twilight years. His sharpness was no longer present, and he stood in midair dejectedly with a lifeless aura. Heaven Immortal Bayou was not dead. However, Everyone knew that he was no longer the number 1 Heaven Immortal of Langfeng City, nor was he qualified to fight for the Heaven ranking. Instantly, all the glory of this paragon vanished. Such a blow crushed Heaven Immortal Baiyu completely. Many people looked at Su Zimo with shock on their faces. This seemingly frail scholar, a grade 5 Heaven Immortal, merely released a single supreme divine power and dragged Heaven Immortal Baiyu down from his pedestal. Who was he? Given his capabilities and talent, he shouldn't be a nobody. Why hadn't they heard of him before? In midair, Su Zimo was also recalling the process of releasing Fleeting Moment. Under normal circumstances, Fleeting Moment alone was not enough to threaten Heaven Immortal Baiyu. However, in the Pure Jade Manual, which was also the Pure Magnificence Heaven, he experienced the baptism of the Twilight Drum and Dawn Bell. The sound of the Twilight Drum had something in common with Fleeting Moment in terms of Dharmic Tao. Therefore, for the past few days, Su Zimo had been trying to fuse the sound of the Twilight Drum into Fleeting Moment. However, the fusion of the two divine powers was not perfect. The sound of the Twilight Drum only sounded after the power of Fleeting Moment descended. Even so, the combination of the two divine powers produced an extremely terrifying lethality. When Heaven Immortal Baiyu was a tad slower to react, his lifespan decreased by more than 100,000 years. He released a few more divine powers and secret skills in succession before dispelling the power of Fleeting Moment completely. In fact, it might even reach the level of a peerless divine power. At that time, no matter how many supreme divine powers Heaven Immortal Baiyu released, he would not be able to defend against the impact of Fleeting Moment. Kong Han, who was under Lin Luo's sword, felt a sense of trepidation. If that supreme divine power landed on him, he would die even if he had 10 lives. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air. When he saw that the situation had calmed down, he took out the essence spirit of the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits from his storage bag. I'll use the soul-searching art on this person. The truth shall be exposed in public. Everyone, you can bear witness. As Su Zimo said that, black lines appeared in the ball of light in his hands and entered the bearded burly man's essence spirit. Kong Han looked nervous. If the bearded burly man's memories were exposed, the reputation of the Imperial Army would suffer a huge blow. Right then, a tremendous might descended like dark clouds, causing one's heart to tremble. This power! Su Zimo frowned. A perfected immortal expert. As though he sensed something, Su Zimo glanced at the essence spirit in his hands instinctively. Indeed, because of the invasion of that might, his soul-searching art on the bearded burly man had failed. It was easy for accidents to happen during the soul-searching process, let alone when it was disturbed by external forces. Although the soul-searching art failed, the essence spirit of the first boss of the Broken Army Fiend Bandits was weak and his life force was almost non-existent. He could no longer survive. In the end, the secret in this person's memories could not be made public. Suddenly, a chill ran down Su Zimo's spine, as though he was targeted by some terrifying expert. Unknowingly, a man in heavy armor had already arrived and was standing behind Su Zimo with a cold expression and indifferent gaze. Greetings, Commander Jiang! The surrounding Imperial Army soldiers knelt on one knee and shouted with their heads lowered. One of the commanders of Langfeng City's Imperial Army, Jiang Xianyu. Kong Han looked at Su Zimo with a mocking expression. In his opinion, Su Zimo was already a dead man. Breaking the order of the Immortal City and fighting against the Imperial Army on the streets is unforgivable. Jiang Xuanyu's gaze was cold as he swept past Su Zimo, Lin Luo, and everyone from Black Mirror Sect without any emotions in his voice. We're innocent! Unable to withstand the pressure, everyone from Black Mirror Sect knelt on the ground one after another and shouted that they were wrong. Liang Yu panicked as well and explained hurriedly. Commander, this is a misunderstanding. It has nothing to do with us. Thereafter, he gulped and pointed to Su Zimo and Lin Luo who were not far away. It's them. They fought against the Imperial Army. None of us attacked the entire time. When Lin Luo heard that, she pouted. Naturally, she was extremely disdainful towards Liang Yu's reaction. However, she could understand his actions under such pressure. Jiang Xianyu had an indifferent expression and was unmoved. The two of them committed a crime. Naturally, your Black Mirror sect will bear the responsibility together. Right then, Su Zimo took out a sect badge from his storage bag unhurriedly and hung it on his waist. Jiang Xianyu swept his gaze and could not help but frown. Heaven and Earth Academy? He murmured softly. Some Heaven Immortal experts might not know the emblem of Heaven and Earth Academy, but as a perfected immortal and commander of Langfeng City, he naturally knew about Heaven and Earth Academy. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. I'm Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. This is indeed a misunderstanding. The conflict broke out because Assistant General Kong slandered us as Fiend Bandits. The fight between me and Heaven Immortal Baiyu was only a spar between cultivators of the same cultivation realm. As a perfected immortal expert, are you going to interfere in this matter, Commander Jiang? Jiang Xianyu cursed internally. Although Heaven and Earth Academy was not in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain, it was one of the 4 immortal sects of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, and was a heaven-grade sect with a deep foundation. The green-robed scholar before him revealed his identity, and should be an inner sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. He could not be a Fiend Bandit. As a perfected immortal expert, he naturally could not attack this person in front of everyone without sufficient reason. Otherwise, it would definitely attract countless criticism. Jiang Xianyu was secretly frustrated. If he had known earlier, he would have killed this lad after appearing and not given him a chance to speak. His gaze shifted to Lin Luo, who was not far away. A thought crossed his mind as he said coldly, Since you're a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, I won't hold it against you for now. However, this woman deserves to die for kidnapping an assistant general of our immortal city. She's also a disciple of the academy. Su Zimo knew that Lin Luo was unwilling to reveal her identity, and said hurriedly, Is that so? Jiang Xianyu sneered. Show me your sect badge. Lin Luo looked troubled. How could she have a sect badge of Heaven and Earth Academy? Just as she was hesitating, Jiang Xuanyu's killing intent surged and he arrived beside Lin Luo instantly, hollering, Bitch, die! Swoosh! Jiang Xianyu attacked and his saber flashed, arriving instantly. This was the attack of a perfected immortal expert with an astonishing speed that even Su Zimo could not react to. Suddenly, Lin Luo sidestepped and 9 mysterious square patterns seemed to appear beneath her feet, avoiding the slash by a hair's breadth. A wisp of black hair fell slowly along with the saber beam. That single hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Lin Luo was scared out of her wits after escaping death. This was the attack of a perfected immortal expert, and was more like an ambush. If not for the footwork imparted to her by her mother, she would have been a corpse. When Jiang Xuanyu's slash landed, he did not continue chasing. Instead, he glared at Lin Luo's feet and frowned. Lin family of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.